Order. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable member, order. I wish to give a report on the suspected fire that was detected in the Good Hope building. I'm informed that the capacitor in a light overheated, affecting the light cover, which consequently caused the smoke in office number 31. As a result, the smoke detector was triggered, further triggering the fire alarm system. I'm informed that there was no further damage as a result of this. So the situation has been resolved, and we sincerely apologize to all of you, honorable members, for the inconvenience. Thank you. Order, honorable members. Honorable Paulson. Wait, hold on, Honorable Paulson. The first item here, we haven't even started, man. The first item on today's order paper is questions addressed to the Deputy President. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, amongst others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the Deputy President, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. Members asking supplementary questions or raising points of order may remain seated when doing so. The first question has been asked by the Honorable S. Luzipo to the Deputy President. The Honorable Deputy President. Shall we say congratulations, Deputy President? This is your first question and answer session.
Maiden speaks. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Somebody sent me a message on my phone from Joburg and said, we hear that Paul is on fire in Cape Town. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Government has on numerous occasions acknowledged the negative effects of load shedding to all citizens and the economy. This acknowledgement has found expression in the President's decisions to appoint a minister for electricity in his office, specifically to respond to this function. The minister is tasked to work with the board in implementing the National Energy Plan. In addition to this intervention, is the declaration of national state of disaster to ensure that there are measured interventions. Another special focus of the new ministry is to work with the National Treasury and respective municipalities to facilitate payment of outstanding monies owed to Eskom. As outlined in the budget speech in February this year, the National Treasury is working with Eskom to provide a sustainable solution to the crisis of municipal debt. Government has previously adopted a plan to unbundle Eskom into 3 functional units to increase accountability and competencies of the various functions. The Minister of Energy is on record on the decision to create another energy entity to augment the current energy supply. During the 2023 State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa flagged the problems and outlined interventions to unlock our national potential. This includes reducing load shedding to facilitate economic growth, job creation, and fighting poverty and inequality. The means towards ending load shedding include the following: fix Eskom's coal-fired power stations and improve energy availability factor. Second, enable and accelerate private investment in generation capacity. Third, declare the state of national disaster and establish a ministry in the presidency focused on accelerating the implementation of the already agreed upon plans towards reducing and ultimately ending load shedding in the shortest possible period. Fourth, provide budget to boost the rollout of rooftop solar by businesses and also households. And fifth, allocate budget to reduce Eskom's debt burden. Madam Speaker, as of the end of December 2022, municipalities owed Eskom 56.3 billion rands, and the debt is rising. It is clear that we need a debt relief strategy that will acknowledge the inherent risk of unviable municipalities. In this regard, Eskom will provide incentivized relief to municipalities whose debt is unaffordable. However, the relief will come with conditions that will ensure that there is no repeat of debt buildup over time. Some of the conditions will include the installation of prepaid meters to correct the underlying behavior of non-payment and operational practices in the affected municipalities. Municipalities must use the money they are allocated effectively and efficiently for the intended purposes. If this is not the case, there should be consequences. In addition, the National Treasury is preparing a Municipal Finance Management Act circular dealing with the relief strategy regarding municipal debt owed to Eskom, which is expected to be released later this month, with the implementation expected to start on the 1st of April this year. Under the National Treasury, the Multidisciplinary Revenue Committee is continuing with its main task of ensuring that all municipal debts are coordinated, tracked, and resolved on an ongoing basis. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, accounting officers are required to settle all contractual obligations and pay all monies owed, including intergovernmental claims, within 30 days of the submission of invoice, or on specific period agreed with creditors or suppliers. Honorable members, the culture of non-payment, not only by municipalities, by all organs of state and individual household customers, is concerning. We cannot overemphasize the need to discourage a culture of non-payment for public services. In addressing the utilities' financial challenges, government has announced further measures on Eskom. A debt relief of 243 billion rands will be implemented over the next 3 years. Government's intervention of explicitly taking on this debt is aimed at reducing fiscal risks and enhancing long-term fiscal sustainability. This debt relief consists of 2 components. First, Eskom debt service requirement of 184 billion rands. This represents Eskom's full debt settlement requirements in 3 tranches over the medium term. Second, is a direct takeover of up to 70 billion rands of Eskom's loan portfolio in 2025-26. This will allow Eskom to focus on its operating cash flow, on much needed maintenance and capital expenditure, while at the same time reducing Eskom's debt of 168 billion rands. Further to this work, the government is continuing with the medium to long-term plans of adding additional capacity to the grid. We are committed to clean energy solutions, including investing in renewable energy solutions. Amongst others, this includes the implementation of the Integrated Energy Plan and the amendments to electricity legislation to make it easier for private developers to generate additional capacity. This includes speeding up implementation of over 100 projects expected to provide over 9,000 megawatts of new capacity. Honorable Speaker, it is our hope as government that all these measures will facilitate and chart the way towards energy security, resulting in an inclusive economic growth and job creation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy President. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable S. Luzipo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, even though they are paying their electricity bills to the relevant municipality.
Aibo, sorry. Honorable Mashiko.
Yala,
Please
Yala.
mute your system, please.
I did. Which one is that?
Please mute Baba, please. You may proceed, Honorable.
Honorable Deputy President, even though they are paying their electricity bills to the relevant municipalities, small-scale mining businesses, including smelters and others in the industry, are heavily affected by both electricity cuts and load shedding. Would the government take into consideration such situations with regards to its intervention in capacitating municipalities to ensure a long-term solution to the electricity crisis for our industrial development objective? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and congratulations, Deputy President. I know you will rise to the occasion. Thank you very much.
Zipo. Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Zipo. One of the reasons why government is encouraging municipalities to ensure own generation is also to be able to supply those other sectors. So changes have been made to the regulations on new generation capacity, and that will allow municipalities to independently procure power, and that will then result in them being able to supply the small businesses in their areas, smelters, etc. So government will also strengthen the capacity of municipalities to be able to function properly, to be able to generate this additional revenue. So that's what we are encouraging, and we do hope that if municipalities do that, they will be able to assist those sectors. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable S.N. Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. And maybe as the ACDP also firstly congratulate the Deputy President on his appointment. And arising from his response, we appreciate the efforts to reduce the municipal debt. And of course, the Deputy President alluded to other interventions to reduce load shedding, which we all agree has had a devastating impact on households, businesses, and on the economy as a whole. And today we heard one estimate of our economic growth to be 0.1%, which is far too low. Now, arising from your response, Honorable Deputy President, what technical interventions were used to reduce load shedding to zero during this week, given that during the December holidays, when demand was very low, there were still varying levels of load shedding? The ACDP is concerned that possibly an instruction might have been given to keep the lights on at all costs in response to the calls for a shutdown, which, if this is true, would place the whole grid and risk of a total blackout. Would the Deputy President please comment on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Swart, for acknowledging that the government is on the right track with interventions. Our interventions, Honorable Swart, is to ensure that we can reduce the challenges of load shedding. So we will do everything as government to ensure that there are no technical interventions that will result in us having the problem of load shedding increasing, because whatever we do now is to give Eskom the ability to be able to increase electricity and ensure that we don't compromise the grid. So I can assure you that everything is being done by government and Eskom together to ensure that we keep the lights on.
I thank you, the Deputy President. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable NLS Kwangwa.
DP, I see there's a memo in the ANC that deputy presidents wear purple ties. You look like the cat, by the way, now in that purple tie. Congratulations.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
No, don't worry. Excuse me. DP, the issue here for us is that there tends to be too much focus on the business sector, or rather the effect of load shedding on the business sector, which is important, I accept. But in view of the fact that only 77 hospitals were exempt from load shedding out of 400 public healthcare facilities countrywide, which has resulted in many patients losing their lives as there was not enough staff members available to resuscitate, or patients would depend on life-saving equipment. Healthcare workers, as you know, are forced to make a terrible choice over who lives and who dies. And they are forced to endure such traumatic and strenuous conditions due to the failure of government to resolve load shedding. Is the government considering to compensate families who are affected by death as a result of load shedding? DP.
I thank you, Honorable Kwangwa. The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Kwakwa, for the question. The approach of government is to ensure that places like hospitals obviously are able to continue to do their work so that they can save lives. However, you know, supplying electricity is a very technical, complex problem. That sometimes it's very difficult for Eskom to exempt hospital in particular areas because you are supplied by, you know, the same power station. And as a result, when this was raised, the CEO of Eskom did allude to this challenge that sometimes they find it difficult to exempt hospital because of that linkage. So when they switch off, they have to switch off the entire supply area. But we obviously are concerned, like yourselves, that we shouldn't lose lives. That's why our approach as government is really to deal with the bigger problem so that we can eliminate the problem of load shedding so that we don't have this problem that you are raising. Obviously, government has to be careful about issues of compensation. You know, load shedding is affecting many other people. So once we commit to compensating a particular sector, there will be nowhere to stop. Everybody's going to demand. I'm sure even you, Honorable Kwankwa, you might come and say something broke in your house because of load shedding, so you need to be compensated. So I'm just saying we just need to be careful not to open a can of worms. There are many people affected, and in fact, government may not afford to be able to compensate everybody who's affected one way or the other by load shedding. So I wouldn't like to commit government to that.
I thank you, Deputy President. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable A.M. Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Deputy President, the problem with Eskom is corruption, lack of skills, sabotage, theft of diesel, coal, and cable, lack of maintenance, and increase in demand, and these evergreen contracts that still exist 30, 40 years. That is the first problem. And the second problem, because I see the question is twofold, is the ability of municipalities to pay Eskom. Municipalities currently have created an environment for corruption and looting. In order to solve the Eskom problem, would you consider a holistic approach to deal with all these challenges with Eskom? Because you can't leave one or two of them off and expect to solve the problem. And more importantly, on the issue of local government, municipalities, they will never have the capacity to pay. Will you consider ensuring there's a transparent and credible process of procurement so that the looting and stealing stops, so they'll have enough money to pay Eskom and others? Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sheikh. Indeed, Honorable Sheikh, the issues that you are raising are the issues that we are currently addressing, working with Eskom. Government will continue to ensure that we don't compromise on dealing with corruption. It doesn't matter whether it's Eskom or any other entity. We have put the issue of dealing with corruption on top of the government agenda. So you can be assured about that. The issue of maintenance is very important because even though there is a pressure throughout the world that we must move to cleaner energy, etc., we want to ensure that the power stations that we have currently continue to be maintained properly to generate electricity. So we shouldn't compromise on maintenance, and we have said so very loudly to Eskom. Skills, yes, indeed. As you know, that the DPSA has come up with a new policy to ensure that there are adequate and requisite skills in government. So we are not going to, as government, allow agencies or government departments to deploy people without the relevant skills. So that's a priority for us. Municipalities to pay Eskom is a priority. As I said earlier, that 56 billion rand is owed to Eskom. So we are talking to the Minister of Copter. We're going to be working with her to ensure that we are able to ensure that this does not continue. As I did say earlier that in some of the areas, we have already started encouraging the intervention of prepaid meters so that municipalities don't continue to be put in a situation that where they owe Eskom. Because remember what happens is that municipalities don't pay Eskom because they don't get paid by those who are supplied with electricity. So if they put prepaid meters, they'll be able to collect revenue and be able to pay Eskom. So, Honorable Sheikh, we are attending to all those matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy President. Question number 2 has been asked by the Honorable S. Kwahobe to the Deputy President. The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Section 92.2 of the Constitution stipulates that members of Cabinet are accountable collectively and individually to Parliament for the exercise of their powers and the performance of their functions. Therefore, members of the executive have a constitutional obligation to avail themselves to respond to questions for oral reply, appear before relevant portfolio committees, and attend plenaries as scheduled by the programming committees of Parliament. In August 2021, the Speaker of the National Assembly proposed new mechanisms to monitor outstanding responses to Parliament, responses to parliamentary questions by members of the executives. In terms of the new mechanisms, the Speaker writes to the leader of government business on a quarterly basis, informing him or her of outstanding replies by individual members of the executive. To this end, the leader of government business in Parliament has further introduced monitoring mechanisms where members of the executive with more than 10 outstanding responses to questions for written reply are requested to inform the leader of government business in Parliament in writing about the reasons for not answering questions, and secondly, remedial actions to be taken. This information is then presented fortnightly to Cabinet, where the members are present. So we present it there. I'll tell you more later what we also do. Since the implementation of these mechanisms, there has been notable progress with regard to unanswered questions. In fact, the Honorable Speaker, in 2019, there were 405 questions that lapsed. But by the end of 2022, only 83 unanswered questions lapsed. So I'm not saying that's a good thing that we should be judged on, but I'm saying you can see the magnitude. You can see how that has reduced. So we need to do much more to deal with that. We equally appeal to our programming wayfarers also to ensure that scheduling should also avoid coinciding with Cabinet meetings and other government engagements. So we'll have to coordinate that between the programming committees and the work of the executive so that members are able to attend. I must say, Honorable Speaker, that the development and finalization of the legislative program, which we propose, will deal with how we manage executive bills and the weaknesses that arise. As part of government effort to address the challenge, the president has now delegated the minister in the presidency responsible for planning, monitoring, and evaluation to develop a framework that will investigate strengthening efforts of monitoring effective implementation of legislative program and fulfillment of parliamentary responsibilities by the executive. That's Minister Marupe Ramukhupa. A draft framework and its implementation plan has since been developed and it is due for consideration by relevant cabinet committees. So, Honorable Speaker, moving forward, our main priority will be, amongst other things, to closely monitor the development and the introduction of priority bills to Parliament with specific focus on legislation with constitutional court deadlines, but also those pronounced by the President during the State of the Nation address. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Eskom.
Deputy President, I certainly hope that the adage "a new broom sweeps clean" is applicable to you too as our new leader of government business. As key parts of your role, Deputy President, is ensuring that ministers attend to their responsibilities in Parliament. And as you stated that the unanswered questions have come down to 83, and I'd like to propose to you that that simply is not good enough. We have seen a complete decay of the institution over the years, and ministers routinely don't attend question sessions in the House or send their deputies who are often ill-suited to respond to questions. Even now, Deputy President, we only have one minister in the House. This absence is often attributed to cabinet responsibilities, despite the fact that Parliament has moved its program on Wednesdays to start at 3 p.m. to accommodate cabinet meetings. More disappointingly, ministers have often given inadequate answers to questions, making a mockery of the oversight function of Parliament. Repeat offenders are slapped on the wrist for unanswered questions with no real consequences. DP, South Africans have sent us here to represent them. We cannot do our work if the executive is hostile to Parliament. What will you be doing to ensure that perpetual offending ministers are dealt with and face harsh consequences for not fulfilling their roles and not answering questions in time?
Thank you, Honorable Kwakube. The Deputy President.
Honorable Kwakube, I've already said that there will be consequences if members of the executive don't respond to questions. Obviously, the Speaker has powers to reprimand members who don't comply. And I think the Speaker did it recently. I know that other members felt that was harsh, but it had to be done. And it's going to continue to be done to ensure that the executive is held accountable to Parliament. So we're not going to compromise on that. We're going to continue to remind the executive that they have to answer questions. And if they don't, there will be consequences. Let me also indicate that already, as part of the work of the leader of government business, the issues are reported to the cabinet every time the cabinet sits. So when the cabinet sits, we report about the work of Parliament, but also about questions. We do indicate to cabinet who has not answered questions and remind colleagues to do so. And that's almost every fortnight. So it's not something we do after 6 months. Every fortnight, there is a program on the agenda of cabinet that deals with this matter to ensure that members of the executive are held accountable to answering questions. We do want ministers to be accountable. And we are going to ensure that that is the case. I was reminding some colleagues that when former President Kgalema Motlanthe was deputy president, he would report to the cabinet because of course he was leader of government business. I was Minister of Arts and Culture then. And what President Motlanthe will do, will present the report, but the issue of unanswered questions would not be taken as read. He will read them and say, Minister Mashatile, 2 weeks ago, we had 6 unanswered questions. We say you still have the same. And all the ministers by that time, we all worked hard to ensure that we have 0. Because there was peer pressure. Because he'll go through all of them and say, Minister so-and-so, you have 16 unanswered questions. So nobody wanted to be in that situation. So every time we went to cabinet, all of us would check first what's happening with questions, because all of us wanted to ensure when President Motlanthe comes, he must say, Minister Mashatile, see, now you have 0. And so that's what we're going to do. Every time cabinet sit, I will report and say to my colleagues, we have so many. Report.
Mute, honorable member, please.
Yeah, so I think when you handle this matter that way, ministers take it serious, that they have to answer questions, because it's part of our democratic system of accountability. So, honorable ministers, you know, we will report how many. No, yeah, they'll do their job. They'll do their job. But thank you very much for asking that question. We are dealing with it. It's firmly on the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy President. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable N. Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, Honorable Speaker, let me take the opportunity on behalf of the IFP to congratulate you, Honorable Deputy President. And today is a day of welcome, but also a baptism of fire. But I'm not going to ask you a fiery question. Honorable Deputy President, you did mention what the Constitution says about accountability of members of the executive. And I'm sure you will agree with me that members of the executive include the head of the executive in the provinces being the premier and in national government being the president. Soon we will be dealing with budget votes, Honorable Deputy President, from budget vote 1 to budget vote 40 or so. Now, when you were premier in Gauteng, you had an oversight committee that oversaw the work of the premier, budget vote 1.
Yes.
Will you support the creation of a committee to oversee the president budget vote 1 here in the National Parliament? Because it's part of accountability and oversight, Honorable Deputy President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. You are right. When I was Premier of Gauteng, I think we had something like that. I can't remember what we called it at the time, but you know, Parliament is different. We were dealing with a very peculiar environment at the time where we required to engage a number of other stakeholders. But Parliament operate differently from provinces. Remember that provinces get most of their resources from national government. And as a result, our accounting mechanisms are different. So I think for now, the mechanisms to hold the president accountable are adequate. I think opposition parties know president can come here to answer questions. So, he's really at your disposal to hold him accountable. I think let's continue that way.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy President. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable MS Chabane.
Thank you, Speaker, and congratulations again, Deputy President. And thanks for having responded comprehensively. It must be acknowledged that members of the executive do continue to attend various portfolio committees and standing committees and able to do responses on the issues that are affecting various departments. And they do provide oral reply. Where ministers are unable to attend a session to the House, the communication is provided to the presiding officers, and the deputy ministers take responsibility to respond on behalf of various departments. There has been an improvement in the area of questions for written reply, as we've indicated, Deputy President. Noting the speaker's reprimand, how will the Deputy President, in his capacity as a leader of government business, further improve and strengthen the participation of the executive in the parliamentary work? Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Chaban. Obviously, this is an area which we should continue to improve. So I agree with you that I said that, the number of unanswered questions has gone down. Ministers are responding, but we do want to perfect it. And as a result, we are looking at a number of innovations. When I was a Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture.
Honorable Nzuza, will you please mute your system?
Honorable Nzuza.
Proceed, Honorable TP.
I was saying, Honorable Speaker, that when I was Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture, I used to answer questions delegated by the minister. Is my mic off? Oh, sorry, I thought maybe my mic is off. No, I was saying, when I was Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture, I used to answer questions delegated by the minister. So I think we should use that. Unlike to allow questions to lapse, ministers must delegate deputy ministers to deal with questions.
Honorable members, please don't do that. Please, ma'am. Please. Proceed.
Ministers, if I may repeat, ministers must delegate deputy ministers to deal with questions so that we don't create this backlog. So it was done before. We must continue to do it. So I agree, Honorable Chabane, that yes, they are answering, but we must continue to improve. And as I said, the issue of this matter being on the cabinet agenda every 2 weeks is one of the mechanisms that will ensure that we keep our eye on the ball. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Deputy President. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable OMC Mautwe.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I will take this question on behalf of Honorable Mautwe. Deputy President, as head of business, of government business, the mandate to ensure that the executive is accountable and is responsive to the questions that are put by members of parliament. You are inheriting what is ostensibly pedestrian office which lacks agility because of the predecessor who occupied it. I hope you are bringing some excitement in the office by ensuring that ministers, not only ministers, but the president himself is accountable, is responsive, respect this parliament, and answers questions without coming here just to waste time and to evade questions. What is it that can come out of your office to ensure that there are consequence management for ministers, deputy ministers, including president, to ensure that they are responsive to the questions that are put to them by parliament?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I think we all agree that members of the executive have subjected themselves to accountability by this House. No doubt about it. The President has subjected himself to accountability by this House. Now, Honorable Member, okay, so Honorable Member is not Mautwe, Matthias.
Honorable Matthias.
Matthias. Honorable Matthias, I said earlier that the lapsed questions in 2019 were 405, and they then reduced to 82 by 2022, and that was under the stewardship of Honorable Deputy President David Mabuza. So he did well. I think it will be unfair to say he did not do well. From 405 to 82, he did well. I think we should appreciate good work when it's done. Obviously, we want to take it from there, from where Honorable Mabuza left it. We must take it to its ultimate, where we want to reduce this to zero. It will take a bit of time. And let me tell you why it will take a bit of time, Honorable Matthias. The big departments, most of them have got agencies.
It's on which? Sharp.
Oh man, JJ, please mute man. Honorable members, please man.
Yeah.
On the platform. I don't want you to be taken by surprise when we mute all of you. Please, you are disrupting the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Matthias, I was saying that the bigger departments or the big departments have got agencies or what we call state-owned enterprises linked to them. So some of the questions that ministers have to answer, they need information from those agencies. And sometimes where they experience delay. They have given me those reasons. Obviously, we're not going to relax and say it's a problem we can't resolve. We have to resolve it. But I just want you to understand that the ministers don't deliberately not answer questions. They also face a lot of challenges when you have a lot of agencies to provide you with information. So we're going to have to find a way on how we assist ministers who have a lot of agencies to be able to have a system. Probably give those agencies a deadline. Say, if we ask you for this information, we want it by this time, so that they are able to answer questions. But otherwise, thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy President. The third question, number 3, has been asked by the Honorable N.V. Mende to the Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Mente, the President has expressed his commitment to cooperate fully with all investigations. The government supports this position without reservation. Given the fact that investigations are still ongoing, it will be ill-advised to opine on whether or not the government's effort to combat crime and corruptions have been undermined. We simply do not have sufficient information to reach informed conclusions at this stage. That said, there is one important issue that stands out and merit mentioning even at this stage. The fact that public institutions can, without let or hindrance, investigate the affairs of no less than a figure than the President of the Republic speaks volumes about the strength of our democracy. The government remains committed to fighting crime and corruption. As honorable members are aware, the Parliamenta is being probed by more than one public agency following the break-in and theft at the President's Pala farm. We take this opportunity to reiterate our support for these institutions concerned and emphasize that they must be allowed to complete their work. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Deputy President. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mkhalipi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deputy President, one of the key reflections made at the Zondo Commission was that when Parliament was required to stand up at the height of the Gupta corruption during Zuma years, this House simply used its majority to shield the executive at the time from accounting. We see this tendency again, where your party uses its majority to try and bury the allegations of money laundering that took place at President's Pala's farm. In the long term, what do you think will be the impact of the ruling party using its majority to circumvent parliamentary accountability? Do you support the fact that a mere majority can undermine findings of a credible independent panel led by a former Chief Justice? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Mkhalipi, you got it wrong. We are not shielding. Let me repeat what I said. The President has expressed his commitment to cooperate fully with all investigation. So there is no shielding. I think sometimes there's a zeal to find the President guilty without going through due processes. It's not correct. We are a democracy. We have institutions that we have set up independent. Nobody's interfering with them. Let's not be impatient. Let's allow these institutions to do their work properly. The President is cooperating, is not interfering, and I can assure you that institutions are doing their work without fear or favor. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Q.R. Gyangi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be taking the question. And congratulations, Deputy President. Maybe just take this opportunity, Deputy President, to take the nation and this house into confidence about the status of the Pala Pala Farm declaration, ranging from SARS to what we have here in Parliament of Section 89 as a parliamentary process. Thank you very much.
Deputy President, thank you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matlaule. Yes, indeed. As I said earlier, that there are agencies that are dealing with this matter. Honorable members would know that SARS was dealing with the matter, the public protector, the SIU. I think yourselves, honorable members, even here in Parliament, you were busy looking into this matter. So there are processes that are unfolding. In fact, the public protector issued a preliminary report, not final, preliminary report, and asked those who had made allegations to comment. So it means the issue is not yet done, still undergoing its own processes. Recently, SARS also indicated that they looked at the affairs of the Pala Pala farm and found that, in fact, the president, the Pala Pala farm are compliant in terms of attending to our tax issues. So this process is unfolding. As I said, there are all those institutions that are busy. I want to suggest to honorable members that we allow these institutions to complete their work. And once they have completed their work, you will have an opportunity as this August House to be able to deal with what is a complete report, rather than running around speculating. I think let's remain focused. We will get the report, we will deal with it. Let's respect the institutions that we have set up. Institutions that are set up by our democratic constitutions. They are doing a good job, and let's respect them. Thank you very much, Honorable Mashal.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Deputy President. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Eskom.
DP, when the story of the Pala Pala scandal broke, the DA called for an ad hoc committee to investigate this matter. We voted for a Section 89 panel to conduct an impeachment inquiry. All these things were done, including tabling the resolution yesterday that you and your party voted down. Every attempt to have Parliament conduct its constitutional obligation has been blocked by your party, rendering Parliament toothless because of the ANC's majority and commitment to shielding the president. DP, no one is interfering with institutions and their work. Courts have held in this very house that Parliament does not have to wait for other institutions to finish their work before we act. As the leader of government business, what do you say about Parliament's role in terms of investigating the president, in spite of the fact that there are concurrent investigations that are taking place? What of our constitutional obligations? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, I think that's how democracy works. The majority must have its way. No, democracy works that way. Maybe when you have an opportunity to govern, you'll understand. Or you do govern in the Western Cape. Yes. So I'm told, and I actually don't know that, but I'm told that's what you do in the Western Cape. And I'm not blaming you, because at some point you must take a decision against us in opposition, right? When you believe your course is correct. So when the ANC believe its course is correct, it would use its majority to push those decisions. And by the way, remember that winning positions and decisions is something you win out there during the elections. So when you campaign and you win, you already win here. If you lose there, you have already lost here. It's as simple as this democracy. It works like that all over the world. And I'm happy if in the Western Cape, you vote against us because we are a minority there. There's nothing I can do. Yeah, nothing wrong. Yeah, you're quite right. So there's nothing wrong here as well. Yeah. So let's allow the National Assembly, or may I say Parliament as a whole, and now let's talk about the National Assembly. Let's allow the National Assembly to be able to take decisions in a democratic way. And democracy means majority rules. That's it. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, the Honorable Deputy President. We have no request that was received for the last supplementary question. As such, we proceed to question number 4, asked by the Honorable Direko.
Should I proceed, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable Deputy President, you may proceed. The House Chair is now on the seat. The Speaker is out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, House Chair. Honorable members know, under the leadership of former Deputy President Mabuza, the Interministerial Task Team on Matters of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders conducted extensive consultations with traditional and Khoisan leaders across all provinces as part of the full appreciation of the critical role these leaders play in assisting the state to develop our communities. This task team was established by President Ramaphosa in February 2022 to address all issues of concern of the institution of traditional and Khoisan leadership. The issue of promoting investments and economic development in rural areas is indeed critical, as highlighted in the question by the honorable member. Hence, in the light of this, the task team resolved to establish a work stream that focuses on advancing land ownership, tenure rights, and fast-tracking socio-economic development in these communities. The Interministerial Committee on Agriculture and Land Reform also continued to be instrumental in fast-tracking land reform, or the land reform agenda, as it relates to economic development of rural areas or rural communities. Honorable House Chair, some progress has been registered in this area of work, and much more needs to be done to ensure that our people in rural areas reap the economic benefits of our democracy in ensuring support to our farming communities. A number of rural infrastructure projects have also been delivered by government in various villages across all 9 provinces. Amongst others, this includes mechanization, infrastructure upgrades, irrigation schemes, as well as community facilities such as preschools, community halls, and agri-parks. This has also included the construction and rehabilitation of farmer production support units, such as animal handling facilities, animal clinics, dipping tanks, boreholes, fencing, and other rehab-related infrastructure. Subsistence farming in various parts of the country are supported by the Presidential Economic Stimulus Initiative to obtain production inputs through a voucher system, which allows them to continue to grow their crops, feed their livestock, and in turn, sustain their livelihoods. To date, Honorable Speaker, Honorable House Chair, 107 farmers have been registered as subsistence farmers that have benefited from the Presidential Economic Stimulus Initiative. Honorable House Chair, at the local government summit that was held last year, it was resolved that the proposals made by the Institution of Traditional Leadership in the form of what is called Invest Rural Master Plan should inform socio-economic development plans at local level. The Invest Rural Master Plan seeks to convert rural development challenges into opportunities for investment, covering critical areas such as infrastructure development, agriculture, service delivery, financial inclusion, and rural enterprise development, amongst others. In addition, the Invest Rural strategy has now been mainstreamed into the integrated rural development strategy and the rural development strategy of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. Furthermore, a number of skills development programs have been implemented through the National Rural Youth Service Corps, attracting and empowering young people from various traditional communities, such as those from Barolong Baseleka in the Free State Province. Both the Interministerial Task Team on Traditional and Khoi Sand Leaders and the Interministerial Committee on Agriculture and Land Reform will continue to strengthen partnerships with the Institution of Traditional Leadership to collectively address issues of investments and economic development. Following the Communal Land Administration and Tenure Reform Summit that was held in May last year, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development has commenced with the process of developing the Communal Land Tenure Policy. This policy will address issues of land ownership, thus contributing to socio-economic development in rural communities. Honorable members, this task of addressing issues of development in areas under the jurisdiction of traditional leadership is a collaborative effort between national government, provinces, municipalities, and the traditional leaders themselves. As government will continue to engage with traditional and cohesive leaders to collectively find workable solutions for addressing the issue of socio-economic development in their areas. We cannot fail in this task because rural areas are an integral part of our identity as a people, and our country cannot achieve its full economic potential if these areas continue to be on the periphery and are excluded economically. Honorable House Chair, once the President asked me to deal with this matter, I've asked my office to arrange a meeting with the House of Traditional and Khoi leadership so that we are able to deal with the many issues that they have been raising before. So we will be meeting them in the next few weeks. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Paulson, please, with Honorable Mlenzani. The first follow-up question will come from the Honorable Jireko.
Ke a leboha motlatsa dipuisano, motsamaisi wa dipuisano a hlomphehang. Mohlomphehi motlatsa mopresidente Ntate Mashatile, mahlohonolo ke ao. Ntlafatso ya moruo e itshetleile ho fumaneng ha lefatshe. Mme ho fapana le metse ya ditoropong, metse ya rona e ka tlasa boetapele ba marena e sebedisa ho fumaneha ha lefatshe bakeng sa ho aha matlo, bakeng sa temo le dikgwebo. Ke ka hoo tshireletso ya tumelano ya lefatshe e leng bohlokwa hobane e thusa ho hoela matsete le ho fumantshwa ha ditshehetso tsa ditjhelete dibankeng. Jwale ke kgatelopele efe eo mmuso e entseng ho netefatsa hore re matlafatsa tshireletso ya tumellano ya mobu o kopaneng hore re tsebe ho hodisa moruo wa rona wa metseng ya marena. Ke a leboha.
Ra leboga, motlatsa mopresidente.
Ke a leboga kgaitsedi le lore Setswana ke se utlwisise. I should have used translation. But if I think I've heard you well, is that what efforts are we taking to work with traditional leaders out there to improve the economic situation of their areas? Am I correct? Ke nnete ke ile ka bolela ha ke thoma gore ke tlo kopana le bona. Ka re mopresidente o itse mosebetsi o mongwe wa ka gore ke kopane le marena. Re bontshane hore re tlo ntlafatsa jwang ditulo tseo mo baleng teng. Ke a tshepa hore ka kopano eo ba tla ba na le ditletlebo tsa bona tse ba tla di behang hore re bontshane. Ka re mmuso wa ANC o batla hore ditulo tsena tse re di bitsa hore ke di-rural areas mo marena a leng teng le tsona ebe ditulo tse di tla tswella pele. In other words, we want to see improvement in the rural areas working with traditional leaders. Nobody must be left behind. The rural areas in particular, sometimes they seem to be forgotten. And maybe that's why the president said to me, one of the things he wants me to do is to go and work with traditional leaders so that we don't leave them behind. So kaitsedi ka nnete ke mathela teng. Ke a leboha.
Ra leboga motlatsa mopresidente. Motlhomphegi Re Masipa.
Dumela, Motlatsa Mopresidente. More than 10 million hectares of land in rural parts of South Africa are still owned by South African Bantu Trust and Minister of Native Land. Your ANC government, Honorable Deputy President, has treated our people as second-class citizens, denying them the right to own properties. Would your government support the DA's proposed land justice bill that will see communal land residents? Let me repeat. Will your government support the DA's proposed land justice bill that will see communal land residents who, upon request to have the deeds register their individual title deeds or communal property association, and in so doing, stimulate economic development and crowd in the investment? I hope you got the question.
Yes, I've got the question.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Masipa, we definitely have no intention to deny our people land. I haven't had the opportunity to read the DA Justice bill. Maybe you'll give me a copy of it so I can look at it. But the approach of our government is to release land, not the other way around. We want land to go to the people, but in an orderly way. And that's what we are doing. So in a meeting with traditional leaders, we will be discussing this matter. So if they say to me that the ANC is denying them land, I will listen to them and understand why is that the case. Because as far as I know, we are releasing land. We want to ensure that our people have access to land, they can farm. And this commitment to work with rural areas is not just sloganeering. We're going to do that, Honorable Masipa. And if you do have the impression that we are not releasing land, we're actually denying people land, let me have those facts, because I will be working there with them. I want to say to our people out there, traditional leaders, we are coming to you to ensure that you do have access to land, you can farm, produce food, and be able to improve your rural communities. So we will do exactly that. Thank you, Honorable Master.
Thank you, Honorable GP. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Hendricks from the virtual platform, I believe.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I do constituency work in about 50 villages in the rural areas. In Mapami village in the Mbasi municipality near Coffee Bay, Chief No Honors Shishengu has asked me to ask for your assistance as Leader of Parliament to speed up the promotion of investment and economic development in our rural area, where my constituency parliamentary office is working to convert it into a fishing and smart village with better tourist appetite than Coffee Bay, if roads are obviously fixed. The chief wants assistance with 15 rural tourist huts for accommodation that will be run each by 15 women, and a cold room to store fish for a local cooperative, which a Deputy Minister Kapa gave a fishing vessel to. You can't sell your fish the same day. All this is in preparation for President Ramaphosa, who asked in a parliamentary session to be invited and catch some of the fish. We would like to know, a Leader of Parliament, how you can assist these rural chiefs. And there's also the Queen of the Nama royal family on the Cape Flats, who are desperately looking for assistance. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Before you respond, Honorable Deputy President, let me remind you, as those who are asking follow-up questions, that the timing is still the same. So I'm very lenient on you. And Honorable April, your hand is up. Why is your hand up from the virtual platform?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine was just to say that when members speak, we cannot hear them properly. The sound is very low when members speak from the House.
Okay. Can the ICT look into that? Please. Honorable Deputy President, we'll look into that. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Honorable House Chair.
Order, honorable members. What is wrong now? Can we allow the Deputy President to respond?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Hendricks, thank you very much for your proposals. If I heard him well, I think he talked about Mbashe, talked about Coffee Bay. Let me say to Honorable Hendricks that indeed we want to assist rural communities. And the reason why we want to have this meeting with traditional leaders is exactly that, because some of them have proposals already. Some of them are already embarking on economic initiatives, which as national government working with provinces and municipalities must assist them to succeed. So Honorable Hendricks, definitely those proposals can come to us. I do hope that once we've had the meeting with the traditional leadership, we'll take into account those proposals. Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable GP. As we proceed to the last follow-up question from the Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you, House Chair. One of the major issues affecting communities living under the authority of traditional leaders is the question of access to land, particularly for women. Former President Kgalema Motlanthe, in his report to Parliament, in which he reviewed legislation passed after 1994, decried the manner in which traditional leaders were handling access to and rights to land of people living in areas under their control. What engagements are you planning to have with traditional leaders to resolve this crisis? Do you agree with Montlante's characterization of traditional leaders as tin pot dictators? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy President.
Honorable Mkalipe, as I said earlier, that we are indeed arranging this meeting to engage with traditional leaders. We will definitely look into the issue of women having access to land. I think it's a noble thing that women as well should have access to land. So I will be engaging with them. We'll deal with this issue of access to land and other issues that they may be concerned about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to question number 5, asked by the Honorable Majosi to the Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Majosi, for your question. Honorable House Chair, the district model or development model has in the main been designed to ensure the delivery of services to communities in an integrated manner. In our view, the district development model, or DDM in short, is a golden opportunity to partner all spheres of government and civil society to address critical challenges confronting the people at local level, including attending to service delivery hotspots across the country. Through the implementation of the whole of government approach, the presidency, working with the Department of COPTA and all relevant role players, will continue to fast track the resolution of existing service delivery challenges by developing and implementing targeted action plans involving all spheres of government. In the coming year, and aligned to responsibilities as assigned by President Ramaphosa to the Deputy President, this work includes championing responses to problems identified in specific municipalities for resolution. Beyond providing political leadership, together with colleagues in the Department of COPTA, National Treasury, and Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation, we will zoom into the issues of good governance as they have been consistently flagged by the Auditor General. We will receive and strengthen intergovernmental relations to assist municipalities whose governance protocols are weak, resulting in a lot of financial leakages and in some instances, collapse of the provision of basic services to communities. This calls on us to become more proactive and as such, compel us to create early warning and quick response mechanisms to areas where there are service delivery failures. Part of the solution rests with building adequate capacity in municipalities, both at district and local level, for them to be able to discharge their service delivery mandate more effectively. Indeed, what fundamentally will assist us to turn around the situation will be the full implementation of an improved district development approach by implementing the district development model. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. I'm informed that the Honorable Singh will take charge of the question as asked by the Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Deputy President, for the response on behalf of Honorable Majosi. Now, we know that the President in the 2019 presidency budget speech identified, and I quote, the pattern of operating in silos, close quote, as a challenge, which led to, and I quote again, to the lack of coherence in planning and implementation and has made monitoring and oversight of government's program difficult, close quote. The consequence of this has been non-optimal delivery of services and diminished impact on the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and employment. Now, the district development model builds on the white paper on local government of 1998, which sought to ensure that, quote, local government is capacitated and transformed to play a developmental role. Now, the DDM, Honorable Deputy President, is not a new concept that came up last year. It is something in the 1997-2000 in KwaZulu-Natal, which we tried out in KwaZulu-Natal, where we worked with provincial government, national government, and local government, but we had our fair amount of challenges. But it's good that this model is being brought back on the table now. And I'm also glad you mentioned the Auditor General, because good governance is certainly a pipe dream in many, many of our municipalities. And that is something that we see from AG's report. Now, my question, Honorable Deputy President, would be, considering that government departments, national government departments, owe municipalities almost 23 billion rand, I would like to know how you will address
Proceed.
I would like to know how you will address the issue of non-payment, as it directly impacts the local government's ability to collaborate with other spheres of government. So that is my question, Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you. Honorable members, before the Deputy President responds, please stop disturbing people about time. I have Rule 142.5. You must read it. It tells us how many minutes each person has. So we know what you are doing. Proceed, Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Singh, indeed, the district development model intend to ensure that we don't work in silos. So we want to integrate. We want national government, provinces, municipalities to even combine not only their plans, but also resources. Because often you find another arm of government putting resources in a particular way, another one going in a particular way in the same district. So this time we are saying, let's integrate. I say that it's something that is really at the bottom of your heart. And I'm sure you'll be working with us as we roll out. We are rolling out now. We're going to all the provinces throughout the country, ensure that this must be the way of life. No government department must operate in a silo. We bring them together, bring municipalities together, national government, because in the past, you would find the national government department launching a project in a province, and the province is not even there. And people complain, what is this minister doing? So the district development model is going to end all that, to ensure that we pull in the same direction. The issue of monies owed by national government to municipality, indeed, we are already engaging with national department on this question. And our message is very simple, pay the municipalities. That's the message to national government, because we can't as national government ask others to pay if we don't. So the buck starts with us. National department must pay municipalities, others we cripple them. And then we're going to stand on national platform and say, oh, municipalities are unviable, they are dysfunctional. So we must lead by example to make and strengthen municipalities by, amongst others, paying them. And we will do so. A lot of money, of course, but over time, we'll make sure that municipalities must receive what is due to them. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Mkhatshwa, ithuba ngelakho.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you very much to the DP and welcome, DP. DP, as the African National Congress, we truly do believe in the idea of a district development model to have one district with one plan and one budget, in ensuring that we're able to address the inequalities that have been referred to in terms of unemployment, inequality, and poverty, particularly for young women and persons, young women or youth women and persons living with disabilities.
It's like confirming the employment.
Wait.
So even HR that can.
Honorable Ndabeni, Honorable Minister Ndabeni, please mute. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Very much.
I hope that the Deputy President was able to catch the part where there was noise.
If you may repeat. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you may repeat. Yes, you are allowed. Please check, reset the clock.
Thank you, House Chair. We had welcomed you, DP, and thank you very much for your earlier responses. So I was saying, at the African National Congress, we truly do believe in the district development model being a golden opportunity for us to maximize on resources that government has to ensure that we address issues of inequality, poverty, and unemployment, particularly for youth, women, and persons living with disabilities. I think there needs to be a multi-pronged approach amongst ourselves in ensuring the implementation of the district development model. As Parliament, we are playing our role in holding departments to account on how they are contributing to the fruition and realization of the district development model. I can speak about science and innovation and how there are so many innovations and research that does speak to how we can address the social collisions in society that need to be implemented across departments and at various spheres of government. That is our contribution to ensuring the realization of the district development model. Can you take us through what other initiatives and plans you have as the Office of the Deputy President to enhance the implementation and the institutionalization of the district development model? I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy President.
Yes, House Chair, thank you very much. There's somebody disturbing me that side. Honorable Mkhatshwa, most definitely, I agree with you that we have to have a multi-pronged approach in strengthening the district development model. You have indicated involvement of women, people with disabilities, basically involving everyone. And our approach as government is to ensure that when we roll out the district development model, we don't just roll it out as a concept, but as something that is practical on the ground. I was saying to the team in my office last week that when we deal with service delivery challenges, and we go out, as the president said, we should operate in that fashion. We're not going to go out in any province as national government. When we go out, we must meet with the provinces, we must meet with municipalities, and be able to, whatever we do, pull in other stakeholders. Because remember, when we deal with development, stakeholders is not just the 3 spheres of government. You have traditional leaders out there, you have NGOs. Let's find a way of involving everybody in this approach. You have sport bodies, everybody has a stake in ensuring that development takes place. So we are going to continue to innovate. I know that it's a model that everybody says we should continue to improve. So we're going to do that and ensure that we don't leave anybody behind. Everybody must get involved. Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhatshwa. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Agbare lid wissels, dis u se geleentheid nou.
Baie dankie, agbare voorsitter. Deputy President, if one evaluates the last 25 years of local government, one sees that there has been a tendency to make municipalities bigger. Thus, we have less municipalities than we had in 1998. I think we are about 5 times less if one goes and look at the number of municipalities we have currently. We also have a lot of functions that are budgeted for, and money is appropriated through the division of revenue bill towards district municipalities. But district municipalities does not function. They don't do anything, and they are actually just institutions that pay salaries. More than 80% of their budgets are dispersed with regards to salaries. The bigger and bigger municipalities get, the less service delivery is provided to communities. If one looks at the goal of the district development model to actually address
Ongelukkig is het tyd is nou om.
don't you think we should get follow the recommendations of the Fiscal and Finance Commission and make municipalities smaller again and get service delivery closer to the people?
Thank you. Leka Fetola, Motlatsamo President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vessels. No, we did not make municipalities bigger and bigger. We just aligned them for better coordination. That's what we did. And I'll tell you why. If you look at some of what you refer to as smaller municipalities, they did not even have a revenue base to operate on their own. So in truth, they were not real municipalities. I'll give you an example. In Johannesburg, in the past, we had a lot of small municipalities. So Sandton was a municipality on its own, and it had factories in Wynberg, Bramley, and all those surrounding areas. I'm not sure if you know Joburg. But if you move to Alex was a municipality as well. And it had no single factory that it could levy for any revenue. But we had a mayor, Reverend Sembuti, may his soul rest in peace, dressed in nice mayoral robes, no revenue base at all, nothing. But he was called a mayor of a municipality. And those of you know Alex from 2nd Avenue to 22 Avenue, just houses. You know it. Yeah, so you agree with what I'm saying? Yeah, he agrees. So the point I'm making, you must understand, you said you want questions to the Deputy President answered. So Honorable Members, I'm saying, therefore, that the district that we created was for coordination. We didn't expect district to be delivering. They were coordinating the municipalities. We didn't kill the small municipalities, but we coordinate them in those districts. And it really improved the operation of those municipalities. So if you argue that we just need to have smaller municipalities separate, some of them won't be able even to remove garbage. They won't have, because they have no revenue base. So I think we must proceed with the issue of districts, municipalities to coordinate smaller municipalities, and where possible, continue to amalgamate some of them as we have been doing so that they become viable. There's no need to say you have a municipality when people just wake up, go there, wait for their salaries. There's nothing they can do. So our approach is correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable House Chair.
The Honorable Space, the last follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Deputy President, I find your responses indeed very different in comparison with the Deputy Minister Tao last week. Deputy President, a great majority of the district municipalities in this country is dysfunctional. They're a strain on the fiscus, have no real income of their own, and only take money that could be going to local municipalities or provinces. These municipalities impose water, waste, fire service levies on citizens, which should be included in their services from the equitable share. District municipalities cannot get their salary bills under 50% without outside intervention. How can they reasonably be expected to deliver the services they claim are circumscribed in the Constitution?
Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable House Chair, let me ask the member if you may, Honorable Member, favor me with a list of some of those municipalities you observe. I would like to look at that. Yeah, I'd like to look at that because we have made it clear that we want municipalities to function and be viable. We are doing our own assessment as well, but if you have done so, give me that list. I'll sit with my team, look at it, because we will be visiting some of the areas. It may be that is the area where you have identified, but let me put it this way. The commitment of our government is to have viable municipalities. Whatever we do now, we're going to intervene to ensure that municipalities are not constituted by people who go and collect salaries. It must be an institution that serves communities, remove garbage, clean the streets, deal with potholes, and deal with those issues that brings a better life for people. If people are just going to an office to collect salaries, then they shouldn't be there. It means so our commitment is to have viable municipalities. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The last question of the day for you, Deputy President, is from Honorable Dana. Question number 6. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, we are gravely concerned about the current state of our local government, not only in Kopano municipality, but across the whole country. The situation calls for immediate intervention by all spheres of government. As a practical illustration of the district development model that we've just spoken about, to improve service delivery of services at local government level, as we have referred to earlier. In line with this year Water Week, which began on 20th of March and will end this Sunday, with the focus, and I quote, accelerating change. The government on its part is embarking on a number of turnaround efforts. Among these is ensuring the necessary speed in initiatives that are aimed at ensuring that all citizens have access to reliable water services and embarking on necessary water conservation measures. Furthermore, the 2021 State of Local Government report identified Kopanong local municipality as a service delivery hotspot and a dysfunctional municipality. When the disaster occurred through the collapse of a dam or a dam wall in Jagersfontein, Yeah, I must stop my Jagger. In Jagersfontein. In September 2022, government moved with speed to ensure that the situation does not get worse than it already was. We are pleased, Honorable House Chair, to report that water supply in the Kopanong municipality was restored to full capacity as part of the rapid response intervention by the Department of Water and Sanitation and the Water Board. That's the Bloom Water Board. The Department of Water and Sanitation, in partnership with Bloom Water, has put in place the following tangible interventions to ensure availability of water in Kopanong municipality. First, 2 18,000-liter water tankers were deployed in Jagersfontein in the morning of the 12th September 2022 and were operational in that area for 3 months. Secondly, reoperationalization of water treatment works in the area has been completed. A backup generator has been installed for supply of electricity to the plant due to power being affected by the collapse of the sludge dam. Power restoration was conducted by Centrelec, a local electricity distributor, on the 14th of September 2022, which enabled the water treatment works to operate at full capacity.
Ningayifederisi indaba nasenje. Thulani. Hey.
Honorable
We
Chair.
apologize, Honorable GP. These are the problems we encounter. Honorable members on the virtual platform, I take this minute to say, please check your gadgets and mute them. You really are disturbing us. Mute your gadgets.
Honorable House Chair, this intervention assisted to restore bulk water distribution to other areas, except at the time for Charlesville in Jagersfontein and Forest Smith towns, respectively. And this was due to a pipeline which was damaged by the flooding. On the 13th of October 2022, a new bulk pipeline was laid by the maintenance team of Bloom Water in the area of Charlesville to supply the community with bulk water from the treatment works. On 21st October 2022, the last portion of the pipeline supplying Charlesville, which was damaged in the disaster, was repaired and commissioned to supply the whole area with bulk water storm from the treatment works. A series of water quality tests were conducted by both Bloom Water and the Department of Water and Sanitation throughout the 3 months since the disaster happened. On the 14th of September 2022, 45,000 liters of water tanker from Coca-Cola Beverage Africa was deployed to Charlesville to augment water supply to the community. Regrettably, Bloom Water have since informed the Kopanong municipality that it will not be able to continue supplying water at full capacity due to non-payment of the outstanding debt. Until now, the municipality has not honored payment of the current account, nor provided a realistic payment plan covering the historic debt to Bloom Water. This has finally led to decision by the company to once again restrict water at 30% to all 9 towns in the Kopanong municipality. As government, we remain committed to intervening in resolving the impasse. In this regard, the Department of Water and Sanitation is playing a coordinating role in ensuring that all stakeholders, such as COCTA, Bloom Water, Office of the Premier, and the municipality, are planning together to find permanent solution in restoring water and wastewater infrastructure. COCTA, Water and Sanitation are in consultation with Free State provincial government to invoke Section 139 of the Constitution, to be read with Section 63 of the Water Services Act 1997, which will be a targeted intervention on the water and sanitation affairs of the municipality. Improvement in the delivery of services at local government level, including the provision of water and sanitation, is a critical aspect of our development agenda. Honorable House Chair, it is for this reason that we are planning to conduct a series of outreach programs with special focus on service delivery challenges at local government level, including in Kopanong municipality. This is aimed at turning around the situation for the betterment of our people. So we have been planning this. The president has asked us to go to areas where there are challenges and hotspots to work with provinces, municipalities to resolve this. So we have included Kopanong as one of the areas we will also visit in the coming weeks. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Re a leboga, Mme Dena, sebaka ke sa gago.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Deputy President, for the answer. Deputy President, I'm not sure who gave you your information, but the situation in Kopanong has been deteriorating for 7 years. This municipality was a disaster before the disaster and before it was declared a disaster. People have been struggling with adequate supply of water in this municipality for 7 years. This is a forgotten municipality. Now, I don't know if the ruling ANC just forgot about Kopanong because you don't know how to fix what you broke. But the Constitution guarantees the residents of Kopanong access to adequate water supply. They are not currently receiving that. Now, I'm hearing things about outreach programs and committed to intervening, playing a coordinating role between stakeholders and planning together and whatever. Thank you, Deputy President, for the beautiful words, but these words won't put water in the taps of the residents of Kopanong. What will be done to ensure that this municipality is able to honor its payment agreement of the outstanding debt of 600 million rand to Bloom Water in order for them to lift the throttle of 30% water supply to the people of Kopanong, because these people are suffering, Deputy President, and outreach programs will not help them. They need water. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dena. Thank you for informing me that the situation has been deteriorating for many years. Just to maybe bring you to speed, It's not just good words. I've already appointed a team that by now probably might be already be in Kopano before I arrive. Because we have decided that we need to ensure that when the president said go and intervene, I don't want to be on jolly rides. So I've appointed the team to go to these areas before I arrive, so that when I arrive, there must be a solution. I'm not going to an imbizo. But no, I already know the team must tell me this is what we must do to address this problem before I arrive. So this is not beautiful words. It's words of action. We are going to Kopano, but the correct team is already there to ensure that they can tell us what the problems are. And we're not doing it, we won't do it only in Kopano. The president said, go to all the hotspots where there are challenges, where there are problems. We know. So in short, Honorable Dana, we will be going to Kopano. We will attend to the challenges because we know that water is very important for the survival of people. We use water to drink, to cook, to wash. So for us, is a priority, and we're going out there. We're going out there to fix the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Metseke, sebaka ke sa hao mme.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and ke go leboge, Deputy President of the country. I think this year, the NC has declared this year as a year of decisive action to advance the people's interest. And I think that is what we are doing to address the people's challenges. Deputy President, recognizing that all various departments and all spheres of government, such as Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and the Free State Province are considering a Section 139 and Section 63 of the Water Services Act, respectively. What are the critical interventions required to support Kopano municipality and other municipalities facing similar challenges to be financially viable? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable, the Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Tseke. Honorable House Chair, as we go out to deal with service delivery challenges in municipalities, we all have to be cognizant of the fact that we want viable municipalities. So we must assist them to survive long after we are gone. Because it doesn't help to go into the area, you assist people, as soon as you have left, they collapse. So we are looking at long term. When we get there, we're not just saying to Kopanong, okay, now we have resolved the problem of blue water and you supply water and we leave. We must look at what are other challenges that will make this municipality survive. And municipalities don't survive when they don't have an economic base, when they don't have revenue, waiting for national government to give them grants. We must help municipalities to survive, to have an economic base. So we will do that in Kopano, as we will do in other municipalities. Our intervention team is collecting all the data, and we will know everything before we get there. Everywhere we go, we want to know everything about the area. What are the possible solutions? Because our mission is to resolve the problem for the betterment of our people, not for the short term, for the long term. That's why I'm going to these areas sooner rather than later, because if I go later, they'll say I'm campaigning for elections. So I'm going to go now, not later. I know Honorable Khalip will say, "Ow, he's campaigning now." No, I'm going now. I'm going now, long before the campaigns start. Yeah, although I know that some others already started campaigning. But Tinaska, yeah. So lungisa izinto before start. Yeah. So Honorable House Chair, thank you very much. We will attend to the problem of Kopano. Thank you, Honorable Secretary.
Thank you very much, Honorable GP. Honorable Basan.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, what actions, if any? Deputy President, my apologies. Deputy President, what actions?
Order, honorable members. He said my apologies, you continue to speak. Proceed, Honorable Bason.
Deputy President, what actions, if any, did your government take to address the root cause of the tailing dam disaster in Jagersfontein and prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future? And what are the long-term plans to ensure that a community have sustainable access to water, clean drinking water in Jagersfontein? And then Deputy Chairperson, President, if we really want to assist the people in Jagersfontein, the department must withdraw the water license in Kopanong. And what is your view on that, so that Bloem Water can deliver water directly to the community? Thank you.
Before you respond, I hope you know, Honorable Bason, that you are allowed to ask one supplementary question. You asked 3, but Deputy President, is up to you to respond. Thank you.
Honorable Bason, since there's a team that we have sent out and I'm going there, we will know what plans we must put in place. So I won't say now. Check me when I come back. I'll tell you what the plans are. We are going there. Yes, long before elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Mkalipi is the last.
Wait, Deputy President. Be protected.
Ignore.
Okay. Wait, Deputy President. The Kopanong municipality is an indication of the general state of municipality in the country. But when I was listening to you, you said you have already have a team that have been sent to this municipality. And earlier on, you said you must be provided with a list of all dysfunctional municipalities. Do you have a plans or you don't have a plans? Because we are talking about hotspots. You are talking about a team that has been established by yourself before you even come here to do what? What is the time frame? Can you just be clear so we can walk along with you? This is a very serious issue. This is a very serious issue. Please don't howl at me. So do you have a plan or you don't have a plan, Deputy President? Because we have an experience of water crisis, we have experience of poles in the roads. And when you come here, you tell us that you have plans, but your plans are not clear, Can you just be clear and tell us what is the time frame of your team and which other municipalities that you are attending to? As you said, that your president.
Thank you. Your time is now up. Thank you. The Honorable Deputy President. Order, members.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I think Honorable Mkalipi was not listening to me attentively.
Order.
I'm going to repeat and you'll get it properly. I said I've appointed a team that must go out to municipalities where there are service delivery challenges, hotspots, to put it succinctly, and Kopanong will be included. So they've already gone out. So you don't do plans just sitting in the office. You need to be informed what the challenges are, right? So I could have sat at the union building and come up with plans. No, we need to know exactly all the details because these areas are not the same. These municipalities are not the same. So you can't come with just one blanket solution. All we can assure you is that we will be there on the ground. We will be working with municipalities, provinces. I did say earlier, sooner rather than later. I think I said that. Sooner rather than later. In other words, in the next few weeks, I will be on the road. The team is gone already. Few weeks, I'm on the road. So once we have moved in, we'll have plans, we'll have time frames, because we don't want to have plans and time frames. It's a marker. We want real ones. Because I can please you with time frames that I've drawn sitting in the office. No, I want real ones. No, the ANC doesn't do that. We'll give you plans that are real, that are going to ensure, because at the end of the day, it's about our people. We don't want to lie to our people. When we say we can fix this way, we're going to do it. But otherwise, thank you very much for the questions. Thank you, Honorable Chair. House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you very much. It was your first question session, and we really appreciate you coming and answering in the House. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members.
So,
We proceed. Honorable Mkalipi. Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, please, we must proceed. We have a lot of work ahead of us for today. And Honorable Mkalipi, you know you can't press that mic and speak. You know that very well. Please don't do that. I will now ask the secretary to read the first order.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the Division of Revenue Bill.
Thank you. May I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections? Yes, Honorable Kwahube.
House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Noted.
House Chair, please note the ACDP.
Thank you, EFF. Thank you, Honorable Swart, for the
ACDP.
ACDP, I'm sorry for that. Any other party? None. We note the objections as said, and it is agreed to. We now go to the second order. Can we ask the secretary?
Second reading debate, Division of Revenue Bill.
I will now invite the Honorable Buthelezi, the chairperson of the Appropriations, to give us the report.
Honorable House Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to greet the former chairperson of Standing Committee on Appropriations, the Deputy President of the African National Congress, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. Nayibona-ke indlela ihamba phi. Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Comrade Phemi Majodina, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen. The African National Congress supports the 2023 Division of Revenue Bill, and we hope all political parties will do so. For the sake of about 60 million people of our country's lives are dependent on this bill. The bill divides national raised revenue among the national government, 9 provincial government, and 257 municipalities to enable them to deliver services to South Africans. Honorable members, the passing of this bill is critical to enable government to pay teachers, nurses, police. It allows government to provide food to more than 9 million children at school who would otherwise go the whole day without eating anything, and literally all the services that government provides. Siyacela-ke ukuthi laba abaphikisana nohulumeni kaKhongolose bangasebenzisi lo mthetho ukuvimba ukuthi abantu baseNingizimu Afrika bancedeke. We are therefore saying, think twice before you reject this bill. To many South Africans, especially Black people, the victims of more than 3.5 centuries of deliberate exclusion from decent education, health, infrastructure, and so on and so forth, the passing of this bill is very important for their sustenance. Honorable House Chairperson, it is important to note that the 2023 budget increases allocations for all 3 spheres of government. This happens despite the very challenging economic conditions in the country and globally. Revenue that is distributed is 1.689 trillion rand, 49% of which goes to national government, 41.2 to provinces, 9.7 to local government. In line with the call by SALCA, Financial and Fiscal Commission, and Parliamentary Budget Office, there's a gradual movement for more resources to local government. For instance, in 2025, national government allocation decreases to 48.3, while local government allocation increases to 10.1%. Over the MTF, direct provincial allocations increase by 92.7 billion rand to 2.17 trillion rand. Local government allocations increase by 14.3 billion rand to 521.7 billion rand over the same period. This bill is deliberately redistributive. Although metropolitan municipalities account for 70.1% of personal income tax revenue, metros only receive 32.6% of local government transfers. Sithi siwuhulumeni oholwa uKhongolose, sifuna izimali ziye kohulumeni basemakhaya ngoba yibo abaseduze nabantu. Okulula ubona ukushesha bafike lapho kunezidingo khona. Sekela Mongameli, abantu bakithi bayasizwa sikhuluma ngezigidigidi zezimali, kodwa zigcina zingafikile kubona. Siyacela-ke kubaphathiswa, amakhansela, abaqondisi jikelele, ukuthi izimali nezidingo kufinyelele ngesikhathi kubantu bakithi. Ave kuyichilo futhi kuyihlazo ukubona imali iphindela kumgcini mafa ekupheleni konyaka. Kuthiwa ayisebenzanga kodwa abantu bebebulawa inkengane bedla imbuya ngothi. South Africa is a unitary state, Honorable Steenhuisen. It allows the people of our country to share nationally raised revenue. There is a tendency of the beneficiaries of the sweat and blood of our forefathers and mothers to want to monopolize this revenue. We as the ANC are deliberate in redistributing substantial resources from urban areas to fund rural services. Lest we forget, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban, and other affluent areas were direct recipients of migrant labor system, after which our people were dumped in the arid labor reserves, the so-called homeland. homelands. With this bill, we are correcting that mess. Sulungisa amahliphi-hliphi ka-Jan van Riebeeck, amahliphi-hliphi ka-Verwoerd no-Foster no-Porter, nomongameli wokugcina wedlanzana labamhlophe u-F.W. de Klerk. In fact, honorable members, we must reject the secessionist tendencies of the DA. Ningacabanga ukuthi asiniboni, senithi nifuna amaphoyisa manje. Amaphoyisa aphethe uhulumeni kazwelonke, uhulumeni okhethwe abantu, uhulumeni oholwa yi-African National Congress. The Confederation model was correctly defeated at CODESA. Do not bring it through the back door. The President, His Excellency, has been at pains to stress the need for higher growth rates for South Africa. That he did when he presented the ERRP. In that plan, he identified spending infrastructure as what will pull the economy by its bootstraps out of stagnation. He said, I quote, infrastructure has immense potential to stimulate investment and growth, to develop other economic sectors and create sustainable employment, both directly and indirectly. The bill allocates resources for health, schools, bridges, dams, roads, infrastructure. An example is the LEC's Rural Bridges Program of 3.7 billion rand. The sight of our children crossing overflowing rivers with their books on their heads is a painful one. Honorable members, this massive infrastructure program we're embarking upon, properly implemented, must achieve inclusive economic growth, low debt and less debt service costs, broad black economic empowerment, which must be achieved by using public procurement. Uhulumeni ka-ANC usikhiphile lesamba semali ukuthi kwakhiwe amabloho ukuze izingane zethu zikwazi ukufinyelela ezikoleni. Again, honorable members, before you vote no to this bill, think of the little children who go to school hungry. Think of those young ones who must cross bridge overflowing rivers. Before you vote no, think about interventions on early child development, Muntuza. Before you vote no to this bill, think of the teachers, police and nurses who wake up every day to teach and serve people of South Africa. ANC uyawuxhasa lo mthetho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is the Honorable Sarupen.
I would like to say to my second favorite chief whip, the chief whip of the ANC, that this platform is high enough and we would not in the old chamber needed the step. Mr. House Chair, let me start by just responding to some comments from Honorable Buthelezi when he speaks about redistribution from urban to rural centers. The 1990s called and they want their policies back. Because in 2023, 66% of all South Africans live in 13 major urban and secondary cities. And we've got to start remembering when we make policy that there are as many urban poor as there are rural poor, and they must not be left behind in policy and legislation either. And that we must treat people as individuals and equal. Now, the division of revenue bill that we are debating here today, that regrettably Honorable Buthelezi didn't get into the meat of, is meant to equitably, and the key word here is equitably, divide revenue between national, provincial, and local governments. Now, on the 19th of October last year, the Ekurhuleni Metro prepared a council item that made for fascinating reading, and it goes as follows. Because of load shedding, the Metro now spends 3.5 million rand a day on generators to keep critical functions going. Cable faults cost the municipality 200,000 rand a day because of load shedding. Switchgear failure because of load shedding cost the municipality 100,000 rand a day. Theft and vandalism of energy infrastructure during load shedding cost the municipality 350,000 rand a day. Additional overtime to effect repairs to energy equipment as a result of load shedding runs to 75,000 rand a day. And keeping water and wastewater treatment and sanitation infrastructure functioning during load shedding cost the municipality 595,800 rands a day. In addition to this, load shedding cost the municipality as much as 350 million rand a day in lost revenue. Now, this illustrates a critical point for me, that the municipal funding model is broken. The financial model was based on the 98 white paper on local governments, and the model presumed that municipalities would be able to raise 90% of its own revenue based on property taxes and reselling, particularly energy, which for the last 20 years was critical to keeping local government functional and to allow cross-subsidization of services for particularly the poor. This model, as I said, is now broken. When a municipality can't resell electricity for 12 hours a day, it loses a third of its revenue and its budget becomes unfunded. So the old financial model no longer works, and it is causing a service delivery crisis across the country. It's broken because the national government has failed to ensure consistent energy supply and saddled us with load shedding. It's broken because the national government did not invest in sufficient bulk water infrastructure and climate change mitigation, leading to a water supply crisis across the country. Now, even if we were to correct this situation right now, which in the medium term, I'm afraid is not likely, high-value consumers and industrial customers have moved to alternative solutions, be it solar or at self-generation, which means that water and energy is no longer the municipal cash cow that it used to be, and municipalities only have middle and lower income consumers left. Again, the financial model is broken. Now, despite this, the Division of Revenue Bill will only increase allocations to municipalities by inflation. It'll grow from 96 billion rand in the current budget year to 103 billion rand next year to 109 billion rand the year after. As I said, only 5.9% per annum over the medium term. And national government spending, of course, will grow at a significant magnitude over that time from 1.3 trillion to 1.55 trillion rands over the 3-year period. Provinces where critical services like education and healthcare is administered and delivered will only grow 2.8% over the medium term. So what we're seeing in the Division of Revenue Bill is the effect of national government prioritizing its vanity and pet projects and bailouts and high level of debt over service delivery. It is unsustainable and is causing a crisis at local and regional provincial governments. Now, Section 214, subsection 1 of the Constitution does require that revenue is equitably divided between the 3 spheres of government. The intenders of this rule in the Constitution wanted to ensure that an all-powerful national government cannot starve local and provincial governments of the resources they need to fulfill their mandates. It is intended to prevent the exact situation that is, I'm afraid, unfolding before us. So unfortunately, national government is not providing equitable revenue anymore to provincial and local governments in light of the fact that the financial model is broken. And it is time, ahead of the next DORA bill, to do a comprehensive review of the funding model for local government, or the decay that we have seen.
Remember, your time is now expired.
Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Paulson.
Sure, I had to lift this mic quite a bit. Of the thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, allow me to begin by greeting the Economic Freedom Fighters President and Commander-in-Chief, Comrade President Julius Malema, officials of the EFF, members of the Central Command Team, fighters, and all South Africans. Let me also echo the sentiments of the Commander-in-Chief and wish fellow Muslims a Ramadan Kareem. May this auspicious month be characterized by Islam's core values of compassion, mutual respect, and humility. The President of the EFF held a press conference today and extended his gratitude to the South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU, the African Transformation Movement, ATM, the PAC, the Land Party, and the African Radical Economic Transformation Alliance, ARITA, and the progressive forces who supported the national shutdown. No fear-mongering, no state-sponsored intimidation, and no amount of whiteness will stop our people from voicing their frustration. The people of Langa, Delft, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Mitchell's Plain, Cape Flats, here in Cape Town, and everywhere came in their numbers to demand electricity, to demand jobs, to demand an end to gender-based violence and crime, and to demand food security. We salute them. The colored working class people have sent a strong message to the ANC and the DA that they are not voting fodder who should be treated with disdain and isolation. They are sending this message, and eventually more and more will realize that they too stand to benefit from economic emancipation. House Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the austerity division of revenue bill of the illegitimate government under the incapable leadership of Cyril Ramaphosa. The Division of Revenue Bill is legislation that is proposed to the National Assembly
Honorable
by the
Paulson,
Minister of
Honorable
Finance.
Paulson, will you just take a seat?
Yes, German.
Why you want to intervene, honorable member?
Honorable Chairperson, the member on the podium has referred to the president in the first name terms. It's against the
Yes.
rule 82.
Honorable Paulson, we refer to each other, not on first name terms or surname only. We refer to each other in respectful terms. Will you do so?
I said Cyril Ramaphosa,
No, honorable member,
Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, House Chairperson.
please continue.
Last week on the 16th of March, the National Assembly held mini plenaries. And in one of the mini plenaries, we debated the current fiscal framework, municipalities and constitutional mandate. We know that the people will always be against radical and bold steps towards new ideas, especially when those ideas are based on better logic. But we are glad that the tide has started to turn on this issue. From the debate, we agree that the current fiscal framework, in particular the division of revenue and the equitable share formula, is not working. We agree that the municipalities cannot collect meaningful revenue if we have 11 million people unemployed and 18 million dependents on social grants. We agree that municipalities cannot deliver water, electricity, sanitation, and roads with the current budgets. We also agree that the current division of revenue bill perpetuates unsustainable migration towards metropolitan areas in search of jobs and better livelihoods. If we want to change current dysfunctional spatial planning and depopulate the cities of Johannesburg, Durban, Cape Town, and other highly populated cities, we must start with the fiscal framework and the division of revenue. What is to be done? Let's agree on new assumptions to develop a new approach to the division of revenue bill. Let's allocate the majority of resources to the municipality as they are responsible for the delivery of services. Let's appreciate that municipalities are not private companies selling goods and services to our people. Municipalities are not there to make profits. The current backlog, for example, in the Western Cape is 35,000 houses to house the people, the homeless people in Cape Town, and more than 24,000 outside of the metro. We would require an excess of 100 billion to clear the backlog, but we need to adopt the EFF's approach to housing and infrastructure delivery, because just like this ANC government, the DA in the Western Cape outsources these projects to their friends and funders. We could eradicate poverty while addressing the housing shortage if we develop the state's capacity to insource housing and infrastructure development. Lastly, all municipalities must build internal capacity, drive local industrialization, and prioritize infrastructure development. And this is dependent on a progressive division of the revenue bill that is not driven by austerity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is the Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you, Sihlalo wendlu ohloniphekileyo. Ngibingelele nakusihlalo wekomiti Mvulane namalungu onke endlu ahloniphekileyo. Thina njengenkathi sihlala okuningi engahle siphawule kulombiko namhlanje okwehlukile esabeleni imali bathi sisidingida kanye nesimo sezwe seyimali kanye nohlobo lwabo mali. Ukuhlinzeka ngemali kwenkakasizinda kube yisenzo esiphusileyo ohlangothini kahulumeni kanye nokuqaphelisisa isimo senhlekelele inqalasizinda yethu ebhekene naso nesidingo sokwakhiwa kabusha kwenqalasizinda. Isifiso sethu njengeqembu lenkathi sisodwa esithi sengathi zonke imali lezi ezabuwayo emningini ahlukeneyo ingafinyelela kubantu iphinde futhi ifeze lokho eyihlinzeka ukuba zikufeze. Sengathi singesakubona lokhu esidwala ukubona uhulumeni ne-ANC sidume ngakho ukwebiwa kwezimali kanye nokukhwabanisa. Ngendlela efanayo siyathokoza kakhulu sihlalo ukubona umnyango wezemfundo unikwa imadlana ethe xaxa kakhulukazi enhlelweni zokukhuliswa kwezingane zethu kanye futhi nokuphela kwazo ezikoleni. Kodwa ke sihlalo kofanele ukuba yonke inqalasizinda yezemfundo ibhekisiswe ngoba iyona eqinisekisa izinga lemfundo esilindele njengezakhamuzi. Siyazi ukuthi izwe lethu alimile kahle kwezomnotho nokuthi ngeke likwazi ukuqoqa inkece elingene nokuqhathanisa nezidingo zalo. Kodwa ngobadlana nje esinalo singenza likhulu uma kuphela izwe lethu liphethwe ngabaholi abaqotho nezisebenzi imisele ngokupheleleyo enkonzweni yesizwe. Lo mkhuba onengekayo nesesihlanjwe njengokwamkelekile ukuthi iminyango ibeke ilinganisa ihlwe kuyifeza, iminyango ivuse inkece, ibe nemibiko yezimali echithayo nengenamthelela omuhle. Kufanele ba yinto esikhathi sedlule sibhekane nakho silusane nakho ukuze yonke iminyango kahulumeni isebenze ngendlela efaneleyo. Inzuka ike isihlalo enkulu kunazo zonke udaba lomasipala abaphihlikayo nabahlulekayo ukufeza imisebenzi ngendlela efaneleyo. Sonke siyazi ukuthi omasipala banguhulumeni osekhaleni kubantu bakithi nabafinyelela ukuqala nxa beneyinkinga. Thina ke njengeqembu lenkathi siyakholwa ukuthi isikhathi sesifikile soba sibhekane ngqo neyinkinga zomasipala, kulungiswe uzinzo kwezepolitiki omasipala, phinde futhi kuqinisekiswe ukuthi bonke omasipala bethu banamakhono afaneleyo. Ngoba ubuka iminyaka obuhulumeni basekhaya banayo, kufanele ngabe leminyaka isichaza ulwazi olunzulu eyisebenzini zikahulumeni. Lesi simo ke sihlalo sikhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi ingqikithi yenkinga yethu ayiphathelene nje nabomasipala nayo yonke iminyango, kodwa kakhulu ibheke ngqo eqenjini elibusayo okuyilona ngathi lehluleka ukuphatha. Sengiphetha ke isihlalo ehloniphekileyo, ngifuna ukusho ukuthi iqembu elibusayo lona liyinhlekelele ezweni lethu, hayi zonke inkinga esithi sibhekene nazo. Yinye kuphela into okufanele basiyenze. Ngiyavumelana kahle kakhulu nosihlalo wekomiti maye bethi ebingelela kwiphini leqembu elibusayo, aphinde futhi abe liphini likamongameli wezwe. Wayesethi iyona nyathuko ke le okufanele kuhanjwe ngayo. Ngiyavuma sheke ukuthi iyona nyathuko kodwa esibhekise enhlekeleleni yoqobo. Sesibonile ukuthi iqembu salethemba lehlulekile, iqembu salethemba alisithandi. Yingakho nje ngisho imali ebhekele ukusiza ey'ndaweni zenhlekelele beyisuse komasipala ngoba abanendaba baphila kude nezimo zongoqobo abantu abaphila ngaphansi kwazo. Sithi-ke kubo bonke abantu baleli lizwe abazi ukuthi isikhathi esifikile ukuba iqembu elibusayo injobo ilingane umtsintsila. Siyayeseka lo mbiko.
Order, honorable members. Order. The honorable vessels. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Please continue, honorable vessels.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. House Chairperson, the Honorable Buthelezi, the Chairperson of the committee, mentions Jan van Riebeeck as one of the villains that is the creator and the cause of the suffering and problems facing South Africa. Now, one must be honest when we talk about the crises facing ordinary South Africans. Let's look at the division of revenue. And the Honorable Buthelezi is correct. It's very important because it's the livelihoods of a lot of people out there. The division of revenue provides for equitable share to municipalities to provide free electricity to 10 million poor households. But does the Honorable Buthelezi know how many households actually receive free electricity? Only 2 million. Is that the fault of Jan van Riebeeck? Or is it municipalities? No, it's municipalities spending the equitable share on their own stomachs. It's ANC cadres deployed in those municipalities, wasting equitable share that should go to the poor
Jan van
and the
Riebeeck's
vulnerable.
fault.
That.
Order, honorable members. Honorable April, on the virtual platform, you were not recognized and you switched on your microphone and you participated in proceedings. May I caution you that if it happens again, I will ask for you to be removed from the platform. Please continue, honorable vessels.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Ek dink nie die agbare April herken homself meeste van die tyd. Minder as 32% van voorwaardelike toekennings wat uit hierdie verdeling van billike aandeel aan munisipaliteite betaal word, is maar bestee teen die einde van Desember 2022. Dit moes toe al helfte gewees het. Met ander woorde, daar gaan 'n onderbesteding wees op voorwaardelike toekennings. Slegs 28% van kapitaalbegrotings van munisipaliteite is teen 31 Desember 2022 bestee. Met ander woorde, 'n groot onderbesteding. Daardie kapitaalbegrotings moet gebruik word om infrastruktuur reg te maak. Daardie voorwaardelike toekennings moet gebruik word om dit wat die agbare Buthelezi na verwys te doen. Maar dis onderbesteding aan die een kant en aan die ander kant word die geld gesteel. Because it's most probably also Jan van Riebeeck's fault that there's construction mafias that operate in our municipalities, and that is actually the reason for the fact that we are on the verge of a total collapse of infrastructure in South Africa. From our train systems, our public railway, to our roads, to our water treatment plants, of which only 36% are functioning. 36%. Only 36% of water treatment plants in South Africa are functioning. But that's Jan van Riebeeck's fault. 1652, 2023. You need to wake up and smell the coffee. The ANC has completely lost the plot because they live in the past and they don't see the suffering of the people. They allow their cadres to steal money and line their pockets for construction mafias to exploit municipalities. Hard-earned tax money that is distributed to municipalities and government departments are stolen and misappropriated, misused, over expenditure, and really no quality are rendered to the people out there. That is why we cannot support this division of revenue. This parliament should actually do what it's supposed to do and make the division of revenue better. But the committee of the Honorable Buthelezi failed.
Honorable member, your time has now expired. And the Honorable Mashego, please switch off your microphone. It's a bit late now. I think you can discuss outside of the chamber. No, we are moving on with the debate. You should have taken a point of order at the time when it happened. Chief Whip. The ATM.
Sorry, Chair, ACDP.
Oh, my apologies. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has studied the report and shares concerns about the below inflation average increase of only 2.8% over the MTEF in respect of provincial share of the national raised revenue. Now, provinces, as we know, do not have significant taxation powers, and transfers through this division of revenue account for about 97% of the provincial revenues. Free or low-cost social services are provided by provinces, including public basic education and healthcare, and this is placed at risk with this lower than inflation increase. Chairperson, Treasury's 2021 State of the Local Government Finances report that 169 out of 257 municipalities at the end of the financial year were in financial distress. That is the 2022 report, and the ACDP finds it alarming that this report notes a continued pattern of deterioration, as only 66 of the 257 municipalities were in financial distress in 2010, a significant deterioration. Many municipalities failed to adopt funded budgets, resulting in them not being financially sustainable. And we appreciate that the Deputy President said this is a grave crisis. So what is being done to alleviate this crisis? The situation has resulted in a collapse of services, as other members have referred to. Potholes are rarely fixed, water and electricity cuts are regular. Municipal salaries in certain cases are also not being paid. And ratepayers can rightfully feel they are not getting value for their money. Service delivery protests are rife, often accompanied by violence and destruction of much needed infrastructure. This perhaps explains why increasing number of households are not paying municipal bills. As hard-pressed households and businesses fail to pay municipal accounts, revenue declines, and municipalities in turn owe water boards and electricity and Eskom billions. Eskom is owed a staggering 56 billion rand debt, as we referred to earlier by the Deputy President. Now, the Deputy President indicated that there'll be more turnaround strategies. These in the past have showed little or no improvement in the municipal financial situation, and clearly the municipal funding model requires an urgent review. Lastly, we share the concerns about the emergency housing grants for provinces and municipalities, which has now been shifted to the National Department of Human Settlements, and we support the report in this regard that Parliament must report on the rationale for this shift. And in view of the distressed state of municipalities, regrettably, the ACDP will not support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. The ATM, good.
House Chair.
The NFP,
House Chair.
good. Please continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you,
Honourable Aaron.
House Chair. Thank you. Good will support this bill, House Chair, but the largest crisis facing our nation is the continued economic environment that perpetuates poverty and unemployment. And unfortunately, we failed to tackle the right to social security appropriately. The stats being used in relation to poverty are outdated, and we're currently living in a post-lockdown South Africa that is trying to recover. With thousands of jobs being lost, life for those who live below the poverty line has worsened, and our country urgently needs new data as well as a new approach. We will continue to call for the transformation.
May I ask the IT to disconnect that member who has intruded onto the system now? Honourable Aaron.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. We will continue to call for the transformation or transforming of the SRD COVID relief grant into a basic income grant, and to increase it to at least meet the food poverty line of 663 Rand per month. A basic income grant will provide some dignity to our citizens with a relatively small income to meet their most basic human needs. Our senior citizens who spent a lifetime contributing to the building of this country and contributing to our fiscus through income tax, VAT, and other levies are at serious risk of falling below the upper bound poverty line as the cost of living rapidly rises. No citizen that has played a part in building our country should have to worry if they can even exist in it. For these reasons, Good also calls for an urgent reevaluation of the pension framework, and that we start to restructure our budget so that we can raise the old age pension to a dignified level that at least buffers our senior citizens from a precarious life. Finally, House Chair, the solar energy initiatives linked to tax rebates and incentives are not nearly incentivizing enough, nor inclusive as the options provided are not really accessible to any mid or low income South African. While Good has always advocated for incentives and financing to invest in renewables, the measures raise the question of renewables for who. These incentives are a bonus for the rich, but do not address the energy crisis in our country. And this is a conceptual failure for utilizing the private sector or homeowners to alleviate load shedding. With a poverty pandemic and a load shedding crisis, we would have liked the budget to be more directly responsive to these existential crises. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I'm glad that the Chief Whip is in the House.
Honourable Sheikh Imam, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, can I kindly request that members who are on the virtual platform, the IT can make them to be audible, because I could hardly hear the honourable member.
We'll pay attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Sheikh Imam, please continue.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I'm glad that the Chief Whip is here in the House. But I would urge the Chief Whip to ensure that there's paramedics on site, because Honourable Hadebe has been beating his hands so much, supporting and clapping for the Deputy President. It might damage his hands. I'm a bit worried about that. But Chairperson, I just want to respond to particularly the Freedom Front. When you tell members of Parliament and the country something, please put some truth into it. Let me just take you out of your misery. The debt to GDP in 1994 was almost 46%. So what does it tell you? You virtually handed over a bankrupt state. That is what you did in 1994. You messed up this country so bad. You violated the human rights of so many other people in this country just for a handful to benefit from it. And now it takes 29 years. We are still having great difficulty in being able to address all the atrocities that was committed pre-1994. So I hope you would take that into consideration. But Chairperson, what I notice is a lot of emphasis on how much of money we are allocating to this department and that department for this program and that project. What we don't hear is, what are we getting in return for what we are, the money that we are allocating? And I think my chairperson of Standing Committee on Appropriation, and I think the former chairperson of Standing Committee on Appropriations will remember that we're always raising the issue of value for money. And I think that's where the emphasis must be. We are facing financial constraints. The world is facing financial constraints. What we need to emphasize on is to ensure that we get more for less. And that's what I think we need to do. But very importantly, I want to suggest today, particularly to the Minister of Finance and National Treasury, I think the time has come where all police officers in the country and all healthcare workers, we have forgotten the role they played during COVID, how many of them have died. And I think that we should consider all police officers and healthcare workers in South Africa to be exempt from paying tax. I think that's the least we can actually do for those that serve us and serve us so well. That's the one point that I wanted to make. On the issue of local government, I want to go back there again. The levels of corruption must be dealt with. If you don't deal with that, you're never going to get the delivery of services. My time has run out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable
support this.
Member.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Honourable Matafa.
Deputy President Mashatile, Chief Whip Majodina, Ma-Afrika Borwa, Maloko Parlamente Dumelang. To our Muslim brothers and sisters, Ramadan Mubarak, Insla Allah. Ke thoma ka gore lekoko la ANC le dumelana le report le mo pele ga rona. House Chair, today's debate takes place on a significant day in history, South African Liberation Day. And this day in 1988, gallant heroes of the ANC-MK, the Soviet Union, Angola, and Cuba decisively defeated the South African apartheid government forces, backed by the USA and many countries from the rest of the world. The victory by progressive forces at Cuitocana Valley led to quick and successful negotiations for Namibia's independence in 1990 and the end of South Africa's apartheid administration in 1994, allowing the region to progress towards regional development and integration. Honorable Sheikh, these are some of the unnecessary decisions and battles by the National Party that bankrupted the state in 1990s. House Chair, provincial allocations are very important for the prosperity of the citizenry of the Republic. Provinces are responsible for providing social services like basic education for 13.4 million learners and healthcare for 50.8 million South Africans without private medical insurance. As such, as the ANC, we welcome the increase in the provincial allocations from 695.1 billion in 2022-23 to 720.5 billion in 24-25, growing at an annual average of 2.8% to 754.7 billion in 25-26. Over the 2023 MTEF, a total of 1.8 trillion is allocated through the provincial equitable share, and the total of 400.9 billion allocated through conditional grants. The above allocations prove the narrative that this is an austerity budget false. Rele committee re thabela kokeletso ya tšhelete ye. Fela re na le kgopelo ye e lebantšhitšweng go provincial treasuries. Re kgopela gore tšhelete yeo e berekiswe ka maikarabelo go merero yeo e beetswe go yona. ke tlaleletsa Chairperson Buthelezi ka gore re kgopela tšhelete e se ke ya busetswa morago go National Treasury ka mabaka a o squagaleng. Re kgopela le gore go se ke gwa nna le bobodu ka ge seo se ra gore badudi ba rona ba tlo fetwa ke ditshebeletso tseo di ba lebaneng. Di-invoice le tsona di patelwe within 30 days of invoice. Taba ya go se patele borakgwebo potlana gantši e bolaya dikgwebo potlana ya be ya tlisha tlala malapeng. Go tša thuto re na le tshepo ya gore kgopelo ya rona e tla fetoga nnete ka ge re bona mo premier wa Gauteng Ntate Panyaza Lesufi ka nako ya pulo lekgotla la province ya Gauteng o itse ge a amogela tekanyetso ya go lekana le 1.5 billion for education infrastructure grant for Gauteng school program. A re o tlo thuša ka mananeo a go mpšhafatša dikolo gore barutwana ba kgone go ba le dikolo tšeo e le gore di bolokegile. Ka go tlosa dikolo tša nakwana le tša asbestos. Go kgonagatša merero ya go aga dikolo tše maleba tše 18 a be a boa a tshepisa go aga dikolo tše 14 tšeo di bitswago speciality schools go tshwana le Soshanguve Engineering School of Specialization with focus on automatives. Dikolo tše ke tsona tše di fanang ka thuto ya maemo a godimo e tla thušang barutwana ka bokgoni le maitemogelo a tla kgonang go tokafatša maemo a ikonomi ya Afrika Borwa. Lenaneo kgoparara leo le tlo humanang tekanyelo ya 495 million ka ngwaga wa 23-24, 503 million ka ngwaga wa 24-25 le 498 million in 25-26. Le tlo thuša gore go se hlokgwe ba le pitlanego dikolong tša Gauteng e bakwang ke batho ge ba tšwa dinagamagaeng ba tlametseng setoropo ya Gauteng. Honorable Paulse, that is where the DORA is responding to urban migration. U engedzea ha zwikolo, chavero cha zwikolo, zwi ḓo ṱoḓa vhadededzi vho ḓikumedzelaho na u ḓiimisela. 20 billion yo avhelwa u lambedza vhadededzi miṅwaha miraru i ḓaho. Hu ḓo dovha ha engedzwa 1.5 billion ya thandela ya u ṋea vhana zwiḽiwa zwikoloni vhane vha eḓana 9 million. Dzangano la DA na EFF vho vouta vha tshi hanedza mivhigo uyu. Hu khou vouta vha tshi hanedzana na muvhuso kha fhungo ḽa u ṋea vhana zwiḽiwa vha 9 million vhane vhunzhi havho zwa ḓivhea uri vha ḓitika nga zwiḽiwa zwi wanalo muvhusoni. Ngauralo ndi ngani vhone vha tshi nga nanga dzangano ḽine ḽa hanedzana na u ṋea vhana zwiḽiwa zwikoloni.
Honorable member, can you just take a seat, please? The interpretation services is not consistent. The interpreters get onto the system and then they just keep quiet for a while the debate is continuing. We cannot conduct a debate in that manner. I've asked the table staff earlier to alert them that they are not audible for lengthy periods of the debate, and that must be attended to immediately. Otherwise, we won't be able to proceed. Honorable members, I just beg your indulgence. Let's not trade exchanges with one another because the sitting is still on. Proceedings hasn't been suspended. And my apologies to the member at the podium.
I'll say it in English, Mangbu.
Honorable members, order. No, these exchanges are unacceptable while we're still in session. I'm going to suspend proceedings now for a few minutes, and the bells will be rung for a short while so that we can afford the member the opportunity to continue. Proceedings is suspended.
Recording stopped.
There's 11 official languages and also sign language is soon to be introduced. And it's unacceptable that the sitting of the National Assembly must be suspended. Whatever technical reasons or people not being in the interpretation booths or whatever, we'll get the report and make sure that there must be corrective action that must be taken. You cannot sabotage a sitting of the National Assembly when things are supposed to be done and it is not done. I now request the honorable member, and once again, my apologies, to continue with his speech.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me take the EFF out of their misery. No, I was saying, honorable members, why would voters continue to vote for you when you reject a report that contains an allocation of 1.5 billion intended to providing meals at school for 9 million learners? Riazidwiba uri ushaya zwiliwa zwa pfushi na ndara zwishera hani murenje ka uri cha chikoro nga vhunzhi ha vhana. ANC yo tanganedza zwavhuḓi 300 million nga ṅwaha wa 23-24 sa ndambedzo ya u bviselela zwifhaṱo zwa zwiimisa zwa pfuno na mbadelo dzo pfukaho nga Ṱhamuṅwe 2022. In public hearings, the Budget Justice Coalition welcomes the 51% and 24% increase in the early childhood development conditional grant for 2024-25 and 25-26. The BJC further states that in the subsidy component of the grant, after accounting for the unallocated amount, the increase could enable the number of subsidized children to grow by around 20% over the MTEF. Thus, the 1.6 billion allocation for ECD is a step in the right direction to assisting the 1.66 million children under 6 years as per the 2021 ECD census. Access quality and subsidized programs in their early stages of development. The BJC also is pleased with the 300 million and 400 million in 24-25 and 25-26 respectively, put aside with the subsidy component for nutrition support pilot for early learning programs. An indication that the ANC government, through the Department of Basic Education, really cares about ensuring good nutrition and other improved outcomes for children in ELPS. The committee accepts a focused drive on identifying and assisting unregistered ELPs must be undertaken. Lastly, to bolster the Department of Basic Education capacity, an additional 228 million is allocated to DBE's budget over the MTEF for once-off provision of ECD resources packages in 23-24 and to improve the department's capacity to support and provide oversight of ECDs. The BJC plea is that the ECD resources packages be designed to support implementation of the National Curriculum Framework for children from birth to age 4. That it will be targeted where the need is greatest using data gathered. With these interventions, honorable vessels, everyone can see that the recent narrative that it was better during the apartheid times is just a misguided and denial to accept that a government led by Native Africans, particularly the ANC, can invest so much in its future. As Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo once remarked, the children of any nation are its future. A country that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future. Re thabela gape le tekanyetso ya go lekana le 6.8 billion for lenaane la provincial road maintenance grant. Tekanyetso ye ya re thabisha ka ge re tshepa gore e tla tlisa thuso go badudi le bana ba sekolo. Go tshwana le badudi ba extension 60 kwa Ward 77 Olive Note Bosch in Centurion le bana bao ba tsenang sekolo sa Tlholo Primary School kwa Botshabelo provinceng ya Freistata. Ka ge pula ge kana barutwana ba palelwa ke go ya sekolong, batswadi ba palelwa ke go ya mmerekong. Dinyakwa tše re di kry-a ge di etsa mmereko wa rena wa go thusa setšhaba re le badudi ba barongwa ba ANC. On bridges, in line with the President's injunction, the Welisizwe Rural Bridge Program will enable the delivery of 81 bridges over the MTEF, taking the total to 95 from the current 14. This program will receive 1 billion for 2023-24, 1.3 billion in 24-25, 1.5 billion in 25-26, a total allocation of 3.7 billion. thereby opening access to many opportunities for rural communities. When the EFF Plus and the DA reject this report, it simply means that they are happy with the Eastern Cape situation of our people crossing rivers with stuffed in drums. Again, I ask, how do voters entrust their future in parties that vote against monies that are supposed to eliminate them from the conditions they find themselves? 307 million allocation for carry-through costs is proposed for the Eastern Cape and KZN to repair the damaged provincial roads from 2022 floods. On health, we welcome the 31.1 billion as allocated for compensation of employees in the equitable share as carry-through costs for the 2023 public service wage increase. 10.2 billion for 2023-24, 10.4 billion in 24-25, and 10.5 billion in 25-26. The 629 million rents over the MTF for building of Limpopo Central Hospital through the BFI funding with the HES facility revitalization grant component of the NHI indirect grant is also welcome. These budget interventions, honorable members, will be some of the reasons for the ANC re-election by the majority of the people of South Africa in 2024. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is the Honorable De Villiers.
Apologies, Chair. Honourable Chair, today we deliberate on the proposed adjustments to the appropriation of funds from the National Revenue Fund for the requirements of the state. Practically speaking, the Division of Revenue Bill splits national revenue, read taxpayer money, between the three spheres of government, meaning tax revenue is distributed municipally, provincially, and nationally to deliver services to our citizens. It therefore goes without saying, the more tax revenue reaches citizens, the better basic services they can get. The more we help impoverished and vulnerable South Africans. Because most of all, they are the ones who rely on the most fundamental of basic services. Chair, this is exactly why endless state bailouts of state-owned entities should be of grave concern to every single honourable member of this House. Incessant bailouts of SOEs occur at the expense of vulnerable South Africans. It's quite simple. The more we spend on bailing out state-owned vanity projects, the less revenue can be used to deliver basic services. In the last 10 years, a staggering 331 billion rand was spent on SOE bailouts. Even more shocking, 55% of this was spent on the disastrously run Eskom. So just think, honourable members, if that money was spent on schools, on houses, on hospitals, how much better would it have been for our citizens? How many lives could have been improved? Even the finance minister has acknowledged that SOEs persist as a burden on the national fiscus, and its daily operations have become dependent on government bailouts. The question then needs to be asked, if this is the reality, why does the governing ANC persist on squandering valuable taxpayer money on SOEs? Especially considering that instead of helping, each bailout has contributed to a decline in financial and operational performance of major SOEs. Inefficient corporate governance, outdated business models, crippling cost structures have taken root in each of these SOEs. These bailouts are like giving drugs to a drug addict and hoping that he becomes better. State bailouts just enable and even a further lack of motivation to improve SOE management. They do nothing to improve the performance of SOEs. Chair, in 2024, voters must ask themselves, are they prepared to accept the ANC's addiction to SOE bailouts, or do they want to break this cycle of tax abuse? Honourable Chair, our people deserve better. The government should not be allowed to continue to bail out SOEs and further feed this addiction. But this change of behavior would require the government to take a stand, make tough decisions, and prioritize the needs of citizens. Chair, it's time for SOEs to go cold turkey from the addiction of state-owned of SOE bailouts and invest our taxpayer money where it really matters, in basic services. It needs a government that prioritizes its obligation to serve the people of South Africa, not to cater to its addiction to power and corruption. A government that cares enough about the people to rather invest in basic services than invest in SOEs. The time for change has come, and the Democratic Alliance is dedicated to leading that change. A vote for the DA signifies a vote for fair distribution of taxpayer funds that will provide better quality services and benefit all citizens, especially the poor. But Chair, you don't have to believe me. Just look at the list of municipalities with clean audits, and that will tell you what governments the Auditor General deem to spend money responsibly. It is, of course, no surprise that last year, 22 of the 41 clean audits came from just one province, the DA-run Western Cape. In 2024, a vote for the DA is a vote to end bailouts. A vote for the DA is a vote for responsible use of taxpayer money. It is a vote for service, a vote for dignity, because the Democratic Alliance-led government will not tolerate the further addiction of state-owned bailouts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable
Just
Member.
like this one.
The next speaker is the Honourable Kaiso. There's a number of members who are just entering the platform. You may come to the podium, Honourable Member. There's a number of members on the virtual platform who enter and they don't mute their microphones. I'm requesting the ICT to disconnect those microphones immediately. Please continue, Honourable Member.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo wa dipuisano. Ke dumedise motlatsa presidente le maloko a komiti ena ya tjhelete. Ke batla ho totobatsa taba ena ya hore African National Congress e tshehetsa bill ena. On building a non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous society, I quote the words of the first democratic president, President Nelson Mandela, a quote, "To deny any person their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. To impose on them a wretched life of hunger, deprivation is to dehumanize them. But such has been terrible fate of all Black persons in our country under the system of apartheid." I don't know why honorable vessels ulla hakana kana. Our country is still divided along racial classes, inequality and unequal opportunities. This is a result of systemic differences entrenched by colonialism of a special type. The African National Congress has the responsibility to break down these barriers of division, to create a country where there will be neither whites nor blacks, but just South Africans, free and united in diversity. Empa motsamaiso wa dipuisano hona le ba bang ka hare ho rona mona ba tshwanang le DA ha mmoho le baetsana ba yona. Ba ratang hore batho ba rona ba dule ba le ka hara leraba la tlala le bofumanehi. Ba ratang hore batho ba rona ba dule ba le ka tlasa tshotleho ena e ba leng ka hare ho yona. Ebile ba tshehetswa ke bana ba ratang ho bapalla kalaneng. Hore mponeng ba ipitsa hore ke baetapele ba setjhaba. Mme Chairman Mao Tse-tung wa re jwetsa hore who are the people? Rona batho ke bo mang? O kekebe wa re batho ba ntseng ba eme hodima kalana mona ba ipoledisa hore ba eteletse pele batho setjhaba sa rona. Ebe ba hana hore ba amohele hore batho ba rona ba fuwe tjhelete hore ditshebeletso di be teng. Ba hana hore batho ba rona ba ahelwe dikolo, ba fumantshwe ditshebeletso ka hohle, hobane ba tseba hore bona ba se ba kgotse. Ke bua ka bona bana ba pela ka bana. Ba e tseba taba eno hore ba se ba kgotse. Ke ka ho monghadi Wessels a sa buing a ngongoreile a bua ka taba ya hore re bua hampe ka ntataemoholo Simon van der Stel kapa yena eo ya buileng ka yena. Jwale ha re ke ra e makalla taba e jwalo. The 2023 budget increases allocations for the three spheres of the government to assist with urgent spending pressures over the medium term. The direct provincial allocations will increase by 92.7 billion to 2.17 trillion rands. This increase consists of 76.9 billion added to the provincial equitable share and 15.8 billion added to direct conditional grants. Provincial government received two forms of allocations from nationally raised revenue, that is the equitable share and conditional grants. Provinces are responsible for providing social services, including public basic education for 13.4 million learners and healthcare for 50.8 million South Africans who cannot afford private healthcare. Most recipients access these services free of charges. These are interventions on behalf of the poor that are not always available in many parts of the African continent and the world. Ene re tshwanetse re amohela taba eo hobane ke ona fela Afrika Borwa moo batho ba rona ba kgonang ho fumantshwa ditshebeletso tsa mahala ka bongata bo bokanang. Over the medium-term expenditure framework period, 31.1 billion is added for employee compensation in the provincial equitable share for the carry-through costs of the 2022-23 public service wage increases. On this amount, a 10.2 billion is added, and in 2023, and 10.4 billion in 2024-25 financial year, and 10.5 billion in 25-26 financial year. With a full appreciation that education remains at the center of our development, and additional 20 billion goes to the education sector over the medium term. In the health sector, a 23.5 billion is added over the medium term. This funding will be used for antiretroviral therapy and to address backlogs in tuberculosis and other healthcare services, mitigate wage pressures, and fund laboratory services. Medicine and other goods and medical supplies. In 2023-24 financial year, 7.5 billion is allocated, followed by 7.8 billion in 2024-25 and 8.1 billion in 2025-26 financial year. The poor working class are direct beneficiaries of these allocations. Opposition parties are opposing this because they simply do not wish for the poor to have access to quality health care services. This is a basic human right that all South Africans should enjoy regardless of their social standing. And the ANC, through this allocation, is prioritizing this to the people of South Africa. The president has, in the State of the Nation address, stressed the pivotal role that infrastructure plays and create an inclusive economy as part of the economic recovery plan, which places infrastructure investment at the center of recovery of our country. And giving practical expression to this bill, proposes a total amount of 10 billion rand to the provincial road maintenance grant. Tjhelete ena e kana e tla thusa hore ho kgone ho lokiswa ditsela tse senyehileng ka hare ho province ka hare ho naha ya rona. Mme tsela tseo ke buang ka tsona ho etsa mehlala ke tsela tse kenyeleditseng R708 from Marquardt in the Free State to Clockland, the R30 Allen Ridge to Botterville, and the R7111 and R74 in Forestbeke, where Clarence le Olifiershoek. Jwale molemo wa hore tsela tsena di fuwe tjhelete hore di lokiswe ko hobane ba sa tsebeng hore basebetsi ba mangata ba sebedisa tsela ena haholoholo pakeng tsa meedi ya rona Lesotho le Freistata hore ba kgone ho ka jara thepa ya bona le hore ba kgone ho ka theohela le ho fihla ka nako e nepahetseng mosebetsing hore ba kgone ho ka sebeletsa le ho fepa malapa a bona. Mme ba sa tsebeng ke o jwetse ke sebaka se le hore hape ke setsi se le hore nama e kgubedu e hlahiswa dibakeng tseo. So ntho e re tshwenyang jwalo ka committee ke hore ho na le ntho ena e re bitsang ho se sebedise tjhelete ka tsela e nepahetseng, mme tjhelete ena e qetetse e kgutliseditswe morao. Ke yona taba e re ngongorisang haholo jwalo ka committee ebile re le parlamente hore re batla ho etsa boipiletso ba hore matoneng a rona le lefapha la ditjhelete le etse ka bojohle hore le bone hore tjhelete e le abetseng mafapha a mmuso ya sebediswa bakeng sa melemo ya ho ntlafatsa maphelo a batho ba rona ka kakaretso. Honorable Chairperson, although our economy is faced with structural challenges characterized by high levels of concentration and structural unemployment, the fiscus is evident is being used to redistribute health, wealth, and ensure greater participation of the vast majority in the economy. The interventions are also anchored in the creating prosperous and united South Africa. This, we believe, is evident in investment made in education and broadly through infrastructure investment in our provinces to create an inclusive economy where all South Africans have necessary opportunities to participate in the life of our economy. There are those like EFF who want all to derail the progress. The ANC is here to work and is delivering to the people.
Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable member.
For those who they are, we have a responsibility of defending the gains of our democracy. We are the democracy, we're a democracy that has the rule of law and its cornerstone. And as the African National Congress, we have a very proud history of being the true liberators of our people. So those who stand against the people, they remain our enemies, together with their groups who are in opposition to the people.
Honorable member, your time is expired.
So the ANC supports this bill. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order. I now order Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson. You know your conduct is not becoming. You can interject, but you can't scream like that. You may lose your voice. I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance, who's on the virtual platform.
House Chair, honorable members, good evening. This bill proposes that we should spend 6.4 trillion over the next 3 years to meet the needs of all South Africans. And this amount will be shared by the 3 spheres of government as proposed in the bill. I want to agree with Honorable Mathafa and Koiso that judging by the increase in the provincial and local government equitable share and grants, this bill cannot be defined as an austere budget. An austerity budget will reduce public expenditure on a massive scale. Instead of cutting the provincial equitable share allocations as an austerity budget will do, the provincial equitable share increased by 76.9 billion between 2022 and 2023 budget. Instead of cutting the direct grant allocations to provinces, as an austerity budget will do, the direct provincial conditional grants grew by 15.8 billion between 2022 and 2023. Local government allocations increased by 14.2 billion. The growth in allocations to provincial and local government reflects the importance we place on frontline services such as health, education, and municipal services. This division of revenue bill is highly redistributive. It redistributes revenue collected from the wealthier parts of our country and allocate more to both the rural and urban poor, as Honorable Buthelezi, the chairperson of the Appropriation Committee, said. Honorable vessels, as a South African, you have a right in showing whatever shortcomings contemporary South Africa is facing. But it is incorrect to deny that the poor rural and urban areas were historically constituted by colonial apartheid. We cannot be colonial denialists. These poor urban and rural areas, spaces in which poor people, mainly the Black working class, live, did not fall from the sky. These areas were created with the support of the colonial state. And this democratic state, through this parliament, seeks to contribute towards changing this legacy. Chair, the importance of the local government cannot be overemphasized. The challenges that our municipalities face are well known. Our municipalities face ever faster growing pressures from the rising cost of bulk services, especially electricity, and the growing number of households requiring services. In the next 3 years, the allocations to local government continue to grow faster than those to provinces or national governments. This is what also makes this bill equitable. House Chair and honorable members, Eskom is owed 57 billion by municipalities, and it is becoming clear that some of these municipalities won't be able to pay this debt owed to Eskom. As the Deputy President said this afternoon, we are currently finalizing the conditions under which this municipal debt can be restructured or waived. In order to contribute towards the energy crisis solution, the Integrated National Electrification Program grants will from 2023-2024 begin to fund the installation of alternative energy technologies such as rooftops, solar panels, and other energy-saving devices in low-income or poor households. Chair, in as much as our national contribution to the emission of carbon dioxide to the world is less than 1%, we're very vulnerable to the effects of climate change. We have recently experienced natural disasters in many parts of our country. And as the National Treasury, we provide technical assistance to support the capabilities of municipalities to combat climate change. We've already done so to a number of metros such as Johannesburg, Buffalo City, and Ekurhuleni. 7 of the 8 metros have received project preparation support for capital projects that will enhance the climate change response. I would like to thank the Standing Committee on Appropriations for their thorough yet speedy consideration of this bill. This oversight is a vital tool in ensuring that the government is held accountable for how we allocate and use public funds. And Honorable Shakiman correctly reminds us that it is not just about the allocation of money, but what value do we get for this money? As public representatives in this House, provincial legislatures, and municipal councils who are responsible for adopting and implementing this or our respective budgets. We all have an important role to play once this bill is enacted in monitoring and overseeing its successful implementation so that we get the value for money. We therefore ask this August House to approve the redistribution of funds collected largely from wealthier parts of our country and allocated to where there's need for government services across rural and urban areas. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? Yes, Honorable Member.
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The objection is noted.
House Chairperson, note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
Okay, please note the ACDP's objection. Thank you.
Thank you.
And House Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF plus.
It's noted. Are there any further objections?
Of the UDM Chair.
It's noted. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections, and with those objections, the bill is agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Division of Revenue Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriation on Second Adjustment Appropriation 2022-2023 Financial Year Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the report be adopted by this House. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes, Honorable Member.
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
And
the
House Chair,
ACDP.
please note the objection of EFF plus.
FF plus. Order,
And the
honorable
ACDP.
members and the ACDP. Honorable
Thank you.
Paulson, do you want to change the position of your party?
No, I don't.
So why are you rising?
House Chairperson, on a point of order, there's an individual in the House that we don't know who he is. And I want to know why we need a unelected person to sit in the presence. And he's not a staff member here.
No, there is security arrangements in place for the person of the Deputy President. And there is appropriate arrangements. Honorable Member, I'm not having a dialogue with you. I'm not having a dialogue. I'm informing you that is part of the security detail of the Deputy President. That is it. So with those objections, so you're not changing your position of the party, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take your seat now. Thank you. Thank you. Take your seat. Thank you. Okay.
Since it's none of his business.
Forget, Honorable Minister. Let's forget about this little bit of excitement at the end. There were objections, and with those objections, the report is now agreed to, and the Secretary will read the fourth order.
First reading debate, second adjustment appropriation 2022-2023 financial year bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable House Chairperson, bese ngibingelele ngaphambili. Mhlambe before ngiqhubeke, ngibonge kushenge we-IFP no Honorable Sheikh Imam we-NFP ngokuthi baxhase umthetho lwekade siwudlulisa. Siyabonga. The African National Congress supports the 2022-2023 second adjustment appropriation bill. Perhaps let just me say to honorable vessels that there is no doubt and there's no denial that our problems as Black South Africans started with the arrival of the dromedaries, the Reiger and the Grote Hoop. That's when our problems started. This month, we are celebrating the human rights and commemorating the lives of our martyrs who were mowed down by apartheid police in Sharpeville on that fateful day, 21 March 1960. Let us remember all those who laid down their lives so that me and you can gather here today, irrespective of our race, gender, or belief in a democratic parliament. The preamble of the Constitution reads, I quote, "We adopt this Constitution to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights," unquote. The ANC supports this bill because it attempts to eradicate apartheid-created divisions as contained in many legislations like the Group Areas Act, Land Act of 1913 and 1936, Job Reservation Act, Bantu Education. The list is endless. Ukhumbuza labo abanamamemora amafishane. Honorable members, to honor the fallen heroes and properly celebrate Human Rights Day, it is important that we carry the vision of our mothers and fathers forward by ensuring that we heal the divisions of the past. Our people are still crying that they still do not enjoy their economic rights. The economic rights of our people must include the right to our land, right to our gold, diamond, platinum, uranium, fauna, and flora. Unfortunately, in our country, blacks still represent poverty and whiteness is synonymous to opulence. It is no accident that our country is the most unequal in the world. The Freedom Charter is unequivocal in proclaiming that the people shall share in the country's wealth. Human rights are also about economic rights. O.R. Tambo shows the indivisibility of the two when he says, I quote, "Racial discrimination, South Africa's economic power, its oppression and exploitation of all the black peoples are part and parcel of the same thing," unquote. The two cannot be divorced. I listened to DA and FF Plus yesterday on the human rights debate. What was very clear to me is that they still see black people and women as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Not a single one of them considers the economic rights of black people and women as a human right. So what does this bill do? It appropriates 23.302 billion rand as follows. SAA gets 1 billion rand. South African Post Office gets 2.4 billion rand. Land Bank gets 5 billion rand. 2022-23 public service wage increase 14.6 billion rand. More information and rationale for intervention in this bill will be showed by my comrades. We make a general comment about the interventions that we continue to make in the SOEs. We are saying we are taking a broad view when we recapitalize them. The role that they play in the economy of our country cannot be overemphasized. They have a very broad developmental agenda which cannot be outsourced to the private sector. The fallacy which is turned into a gospel truth should not be accepted. There are some among us who argue that privatization is a panacea to all our economic problems. That's not true. In case we forget, many economic disasters that the world has experienced were started by private sector greed. Lest we forget, until the global economic crisis of 2008-2009, our economy was doing well. The risk spread all over the world and our economy was not spared. In South Africa, Steinhoff and Tonga Tulets are the latest monumental failures with direct consequences to our economy and jobs. 200 billion rand wiped out of Steinhoff. The approach of the ANC is therefore supreme. We say, let us deal with each and every case on its merit. There are companies which are best run by government and others by private sector. That is the approach, even in the most capitalist countries. Public goods are best delivered by public sector. We all know the private sector objective function is to maximize profits. Honorable Chairperson, we are also putting conditions on these interventions. It cannot be a blank check. We must also be careful of moral hazard, where these institutions say whatever they are going to do, they do not have a choice, they will bail us out. We may protect the companies, but let those who mismanage them face the consequences. This bill also provides for 5 billion rand to the land bank. A minimum of 3 billion rand is for blended finance, which means a portion is grant and the other is a loan. 2 billion rand is to cure the default position of the bank. The importance of the land to the economy of our country cannot be overemphasized. This will help the sector which has supported economic growth and employment over the years. We stress that the bank should more and more help emerging farmers so that more employment opportunities can be created. We call on the Minister of Finance to ensure that the conditions attached are followed to the letter. If not, there should be consequences. Also, the sector should be supported through the bank because it is critical for food security. Honorable members, we are saying these interventions should assist with industrialization, localization, economic inclusion, and ERP. Uma uthi awuxhasi lo mthetho uthi wena abalimi abafufusayo abangasizwa, uthi wena iposi lingasizwa, abantu basemakhaya abazibonele baphuma njani, uthi abahole kuphi imali yempesheni yabo, uthi iposi asiliyeke life ngoba wena uneposi lesilungu iPostnet. Lo mthetho uthi akufakwe izimali zothisha, zonesi nezinye izisebenzi kahulumeni. Uma uphisana nawo uthi lokhu akungenziwe, batsheleni abantu baseNingizimu Afrika ukhongolose uyawusupporta lo mthetho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Sarupen.
Thank you very, very much, House Chair. House Chair, I noticed in this debate that Honorable Buthelezi, my esteemed committee chair, for whom I have the highest respect, started his debate by making reference to yesterday's debate on human rights. And if he wanted to participate in that debate, he should have spoken to his chief whip. Because today we are debating very specifically the second adjustment appropriations bill. So I think we should keep the focus where it belongs. And we're at the tail end of the current financial year. I'll get it from you afterwards. We're at the tail end of the financial year. And as we reach the end of this financial year, this second adjustment appropriation tells us what the government's last priorities for this financial year are. And what are their priorities? Bailouts, that's right. 1 billion is allocated to South African Airways. 2.4 billion is allocated to recapitalize the post office, and 5 billion is allocated to the land bank. I see my friend Honorable Papa was not happy with me today. That's okay. Priority number one, the key priority for this government is bailouts. This is the strategic choice they're making with the fiscal overruns and the money they have left. We've got children dying in pit latrines. There's no money, we're told, to build proper ablution facilities, but there's R1 billion for SAA. We have the highest youth unemployment rate in the world, for which there's no end in sight, but there's 2.4 billion rand for the post office. There is more money for VIP protection than there is for land reform, but there's money for the land bank. Is this all morally correct? Are these the choices the government should be making, really? No. So the second strategic choice in this adjustment budget is an allocation that the Honorable Buthelezi did not speak about at all. 300 million rand through the Department of Home Affairs to fund political parties. Now, this funding is allocated proportionally to parties represented in the Assembly. So fully 172.5 million rand will go to the ANC. Again, when children are dying in pit latrines, is it really a good idea to give 300 million rand to political parties at this point? But we know that the ANC is in a financial crisis, and we hope that when you get this money, you pay your staff their salaries, you pay their PAYE, you pay their medical aid. I think that their staff would be very grateful if you did that. And don't forget to pay your suppliers too. It's very important. Once you ram this immoral allocation through Parliament, you can do all that. Now, the third strategic choice in this budget is 4.5 billion rand allocated to cover the costs of the 2022 public sector wage bill. Public sector wage bill has ballooned far beyond inflation and projections from the last several years and will now reach 700 billion rand. This level was initially projected to only be reached in 2025. The finance minister himself stood here and said that unaffordable public sector wage settlements are a threat to the fiscal health of the country. It's not my words, it's the words of the finance minister. It has been a consistent trend in every budget year in and year out. The government wage agreements exceed the planned compensation budgets. How much more can the government cut in services to fund these unaffordable increases? How many more services need to suffer so that 30,000 millionaire managers in government can get a 10% salary increase? Look, a very bold policy choice now needs to be made, and that is to freeze the salaries for top earners in government, to increase funding for police, healthcare, and other frontline services. If anything, we should be prioritizing who gets increases and where hiring happens. We need more police officers, we need more nurses, we need more teachers, we need more doctors. And that's where we need to pay increases, and we need to hire more staff. And we can fund it by eliminating the unnecessary elites in government at the top. Now, that is the trade-off that needs to be made for government in its current difficult financial position. Protect the poor, protect services, but not elite millionaire managers. However, the big problem with cadre deployment is, where do they all go? Into these elite 30,000 millionaire manager positions. This means that it becomes politically impossible to only give increases to people who serve a specific function, because the entire civil service demands the same increase. And this political decision is as a difficulty and decision is as a consequence of cronyism, where comrades get jobs in government and will not be happy if they don't get the same increases as everyone. And all in all, this adjustment budget shows that the government is committed to bad choices. The DA will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. A member from the EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chair, let me start by greeting the Commander-in-Chief, who will be the President of the Republic come 2024. Let me also greet the commissars, fighters, and ground forces of our movement. House Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the second adjustment appropriations bill. The second adjustment appropriations bill proposes additional funding to the South African Airways, the South African Post Office, the Land and Agricultural Development Bank, known as the Land Bank, and provision of public service wage increases. Ordinarily, we'll welcome additional funding to state-owned entities. However, the current ANC-led government has no political will or appreciation for the strategic role of state-owned entities. On one hand, they're allocating 1 billion to SAA to pay debts, and on the other hand, they've sold it to the friends of the Minister of Public Enterprises, Mr. Jamnades Godan, for only 51 rand, meaning they are selling public assets. On one hand, they are busy selling the South African Post Office assets, particularly post office land and buildings, at a fraction of the true value, and refuse to use the post office to build a viable state-owned bank. There is no turnaround plan that is going to come from Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa-led government. They want to collapse the post office completely. The Standing Committee on Appropriations should have condemned the retrenchment of 6,000 post office workers. But because it's a copy and paste job, we are told the committee welcomed this. The allocation of 5 billion to the land bank is a waste, because the bank is in its current form is failing to contribute progressively to transformation of agrarian economy in South Africa and food security. We welcome the 300 million allocated for political party funding through the Department of Home Affairs. We also welcome the additional 4.5 billion allocated to public service wage increase and call on public servants to remain resolute in demand for better working conditions. We encourage all trade unions who represent our policemen and women to stand up for the benefit of all men and women in blue. Our police deserve better working conditions. The danger allowance for police has been 400 rand for more than 15 years now. And you increase it by 300 rand, you're playful. There is nothing that informs this increase. Our police officers must know that Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa's government does not appreciate you at all. House Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters condemns the misguided willingness to accept and endorse the National Treasury unconstrained conditions attached to additional funding provided to entrench its austerity neoliberal agenda. Eskom was told, we are giving you money, but you must close power stations. The post office is told to sell its building, which majority are in the rural areas and are its greatest assets. The land bank is given more money because it continues to fund white farmers who are failing to pay back old loans. Denel is told we will give you money if you sell your assets. SSA is given money to pay its debt because it's the favorable to the corrupt or deal. We must reject this and must do our job as parliament as we're empowered by the Money Bills Act and do what is right for our people. We must always ask ourselves, how is this appropriation bill going to change the lives of our people? Because if we do that, we will reject majority of the neoliberal nonsense tabled by the National Treasury here in Parliament. While I still have my 36-second, Chairperson, let us note that as you are busy allowing people who should not be in this house, do not cry tomorrow when the president of the Economic Freedom Fighters also brings as well his personal security services. That gentleman should have not been in the house Chairperson, and you should not have allowed him, but because you are busy
Honorable members.
of the ANC, you have allowed this gentleman who should not be in the house today.
Honorable member.
He should not have been here. Thank you very much.
Honorable members. Order, honorable members.
NBTO
Honorable members, order.
is leading
Honorable members, there is absolutely nothing. Honorable members, there's nothing wrong with us debating our issues here, but rowdiness is totally unacceptable. Drowning the speaker is not acceptable. Shouting at each other is not acceptable. I always want to remind members that the debates that are conducted here are actually done for the purpose of making our communities aware of what we are doing as Parliament. But I do not think it is proper that they should be given the opportunity that we're presenting them now. That of rowdiness. Please let us not allow that, honorable members.
Chairperson, I'm going.
Yeah, well, honorable. Chief
There's a
Whip
point of
Opposition.
order here, Chair.
I've noted you, honorable.
House Chair, this issue that the member that was on the podium,
Honorable members, please.
the issue that was raised by the member on the podium is actually an apt one. And I think the chair before you didn't explain this properly. I rise on Rule 58, House Chair, about the access of non-members on the floor of the chamber. It is ununderstandable and has not been explained to us why it is that there is a non-member in the house, in the chamber, as a member of the security forces who's possibly armed on the chamber. So can we please understand what arrangement has been made and why this rule has been contravened? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take advice on that. Honorables, I'll take advice on that and come back to you. Honorable, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've realized that the opposition like my beard.
Come again, honorable member. What's next?
Yeah, no check. Ya mafela hore ke lokise taba e bang re tlameha re lokise ka hara ntlo ena ya rona ya ke tsa molao. Ho na le maloko a mabedi.
Could you please address me, honorable?
Ya, ho na le maloko a mabedi
Member.
a na le di-emblem tsa bona mo ho virtual. Ntate Shibambo le ntate Chapel. So ke kopa re ba tlose batho ba babedi. Ke Shibambo le Chapel. A ba tloswe mo marangrang.
Thank you, honorable member.
Ba beile di-emblem tsa bona mo marangrang a rona.
Thank you, honorable member. I've heard you. Honorable members, you are kindly requested to. Honorable members, you are kindly requested not to display your party logos on this platform. Please don't do that. On the issue that is raised by the Honorable Wahube, I am informed that the member is not necessarily in the house. Honorable members, please allow me to deal with this. Could you please allow me to deal with this? I was saying the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, Honorable Kwahule, has raised an objection about a person who is supposed to be in the house. Now, I am making a ruling on that. I'm responding to that. The person that is being referred to is sitting at in another part of the house, which is not the house, but the gallery part of it. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. She's sitting in the gallery part of the house. Honorable
House Chair.
Honorable member, Honorable Roto.
No, thank you very much. House Chair, I think the issue here, this is not happening for the first time. Because that area, I'm speaking, that area there is demarcated. That is why always you see the service the people sitting there, because it is not part of the house. So
Honorable members.
what we can do is to make sure that the partition is made like that one where we have a rope. I think that is the mistake that we are making. But that part is not part of the house and we have to continue. Thank you.
Honorable Kwankwa.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Since that side is not partitioned, then it means the only part which constitutes a public gallery here is this one. Otherwise, you are going to have problems if you are going to have that arrangement there and we don't have the same arrangement here. Remember, we can also partition that side and bring our own bodyguards and say we have extra chairs. How are you going to deal with that? Those gentlemen are not seated appropriate. No, it's serious. Anumosh.
Honorable members, please listen to each other.
Oh, sorry. But I can't even hear myself because
Thank you. Noted, Honorable Kwankwa.
Thank you.
Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. With due respect, Rule 192 is very clear. When you have made a ruling, it cannot be challenged on the floor. Let them take it to an appropriate structure. So as we're speaking now, that member is not participating in the debate, is not in our seat. So you have made a ruling. You cannot, this just cannot change it from here. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, it's quite clear that where the gentleman is sitting is a gray area. At the moment, it's a gray area, right? And with the number of new MPs that come into this house, we don't know who is who. What clarifies and demarcates members of the house and anybody else is that red rope there. So perhaps you must end this debate by asking the gentleman to sit behind that red string there, and that ends the matter and we continue so that later on you can get a red string there if required. Otherwise,
Thank
it'll be
you.
until midnight, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Mkalipi.
Chairperson, we have a long day indeed. Ask the gentleman, oh, he's moving. Good, yes. Because Chair, if you didn't intervene, thanks Ms. Boroto, because you are the one who is just reasonable about the whole situation. We are going to bring DOR. In the FF, we have defenders of the revolution. So we are going to bring them in the house, Nati, if it's allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Chief Whip, please. Please. Honorable members, please. The problem is sorted. Shall we continue, please? Yes, Chief Whip.
House Chair, we're not being petty or we're not being pedantic or petty when we raise these things. These things are incredibly important. We have somebody who's an extension of the executive, who's possibly armed, who's sitting on the floor of the house. So it's not fair when we raise issues in the house that we are held down as though we are pleading with you to do our job, because you are setting a bad precedent. Now only we are told that the demarcation starts where and ends where. And so I'm glad that it's resolved, but House Chair, please understand that the decisions that you take are precedent setting, and we should be careful about what we do in this.
Thank you very much. Noted. Honorable members, shall we continue?
Point of order, Chair.
There's a point of order.
Chairperson, my apology, I raised my hand. I would like to suggest that the Whippery sit and have a discussion to have a cordon of place where we have a designated area to address the confusion.
Honorable McLuhan, the matter is resolved and the inputs of the members have been taken into consideration. This matter will be dealt with appropriately at the right platform. Shall we continue? The Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo wendlu ehloniphekileyo. Saphinda simalapha futhi ukuzocula iculo elilodwa sihlalo ngenxa nje yokwehluleka kweqembu elibusayo uqinisekisa ukuthi zonke izinkampani zikahulumeni zenza umsebenzi ofanele lona ezasungulelwa wona. Asikwazi ukuqhubeka siyikhohlise sihlalo hloniphekileyo ngokuthi le mbandela njengathi shu okuthiwa imali zikhishwa ngaphansi kwayo iyofezwa ngoba iqiniso sonke esilaziyo ngilithi yiphupho nje lingasoze lenzeka. Lezi inkampani ayisoze zasinikeza imiphumela esiyifisayo ngale kweyizumbulu zezimali ezinikezwa zona. Kufanele ngabe sesifundile manje. Kufanele ngabe sesihlwanyele imali lezo nkampani lezo ezifeza imisebenzi yazo neqinisekisayo ukuthi lokho ezamisula khona kuyenzeka. Ukubona izinhlelo zokukhulisa umnotho zifuqeka ngemuva kubonisa kahle kamhlophe ukuthi lo hulumeni lona akayigqizi iqakala indaba yokusiza abantu bezwe lakithi. Izwe lethu lisenhlekeleleni lele ngesisu. Ukuthalalisa iqiniso, ukuthalalisa nokuqinisa uhlelo lwezomnotho endaweni zasemakhaya lukhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi abantu bakithi abahluphekayo behlala khona nje abasoze balibona ilanga. Mhlawumbe umbuzo omkhulu ofanele sibuze wona sihlale ngothi pho sizokwenzani la noma sizocela nje iculo nje elilodwa ukuze simake register ukuthi sikhona. Uma lo uhulumeni ngakaboni ukuthi usenzela phansi kusekude phambili futhi angeke sesilibone ushintsho. Ngibona ukuthi sesimnikeza amathuba amaningi lo hulumeni ehluleka futhi usefunda ukuyigqaja nokukhukhumeza phezulu kwabantu abamkhethile akasalaleli nokuthi kuthiwane. Kwalesenzo nje esikhathi kusikhuluma lapha endlini sisho khona ukuthi this ANC is very arrogant now, it doesn't want to listen. Ngicela ukuphetha ke sihlalo ngaleli lithi abantu bakithi angibakhumbuze ngegomagoma ezimbili zaleli lizwe nezingoyi-70 yabantu le esikuyo. Umnumzana uThambo washo lamagama and I quote, a corrupt ANC will be far worse than the apartheid, close quote. And the first president of this republic, Dr. Nelson Mandela, said, and I quote, if the ANC does to you what the apartheid government did to you, then you must do to the ANC what you did to the apartheid government. Isikhathi ke salokho ke sihlalo sesifikile yiso lesi. Abantu bakithi abenze lokho abakufundiswa ngumholi wethu uMandela ukuthi ma abantu sebegxaza ngalendlela abakhonjwe indlela. Iqembu ke lenkatha sihlalo liyawusekela lo mthetho sivivinywa kodwa ngaphansi kwembandela. Ngiyasho namanje ngiyaphinda ngithi uma le ANC ingakafuni ukulalela nezwe alifunde ukuthi njani yonke le mali ekhishwayo ukubhaila out lezi inkampani kahulumeni ezehlulekayo okufanele ngabe zenza imisebenzi ezingayenzi okufanele ngabe zakha inzuzo ezingayenzi. Sesifundile manje siyazi ukuthi yibo kanye laba abathatha lezo mali befaka emakhukhwini. Lama bail out nje sihlalo awazi ukufeza lokho akhishola khona sebelungiselela isikhathi esiyakuso ngoba sesiyanazi ngeke nisikhohlise. Ngakho ke bantu bakithi wakhuluma umholi nomongameli wokuqala wathi uma laba sebenza lokhu abakwenza laba abangemuva umgwalo mahedle nathi asibagudle khona lapho ngaleyo ndlela. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. House Chair, contrary to what certain members in this House at this podium have said tonight, the denialists are on my right. The deniers that deny the real causes of the failures, poor service delivery are on my right. Those that deny the effects that state capture has had on this country are on my right. Denying the ongoing endemic corruption that's taking place daily, they are on my right. Denying the ongoing wasteful expenditure that these appropriation bills and budgets allow to happen. Denying the constant mismanagement that takes place daily in government departments, in state-owned entities, and on all levels of government. Denying the poor economic growth and the causes thereof, and denying the causes of the budget deficit. denying the causes of failed, bankrupted, looted state-owned entities. And once again, this bill appropriates monies towards those failed state-owned entities. The ANC chairperson has lost its will to govern. You are holding on to power for the sake of power, not to serve. Your policy directions are confused. You create policy uncertainty. This second adjustment appropriations bill is indicative of the last contractions of a government near its end of life. Scapegoating, chairperson, is very easy. It's easy trying to find a scapegoat, but it's more difficult taking responsibility. It takes courage and political will to admit to your failures, to identify the causes of those failures, and to also have the conviction to do what is necessary to correct what went wrong, to take consequences against those who have transgressed, although they are in your own political party and you are dependent on them for political positions. That takes will and courage. But this ANC government has lost that. You only search for scapegoats. You only are interested in populism. And this howling of Orania and all kinds of things just prove it. You don't even know what you're talking about, but you blame the past and you don't take responsibility for what is actually happening in this country. People are suffering, and this second adjustments appropriation bill are not addressing the real crises in the country. It shows the poor and misguided priorities of this government. To say, you, that's the problem. You are not taking responsibility as the governing party of 2023. That is what the people out there are expecting. But luckily, chairperson, the people out there are not falling for the scapegoating and populism anymore. They feel the suffering. They see who lives in luxury. They see where the money is being spent. And they see that this ANC government has lost its will to serve them with leadership. Let's get rid of them in 2024.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has read and taken note of the report. The Financial and Fiscal Commission noted the allocation of 4.5 billion to national departments to assist with the carry-through costs associated with the 2022-23 public service wage increase, and it cautioned that unaffordable wage bill settlements remain a key risk to the fiscus. Now, the ACDP agrees and questions how the recent wage bill settlement will be funded, as it came in much higher than the percentage budgeted for. The ACDP is, like other speakers, concerned about the continual and further bailouts in this bill. The 8.4 billion rand in bailouts for the SAA, the Post Office, and the Land Bank create a moral hazard, and this can result in a lack of incentive to take steps and guard against risk where the SOE concerned is protected from the consequences of its actions and knows that it will just receive more and more bailouts. The FFC states that continued bailouts for underperforming SOEs create perverse incentives and are fiscally unsound. Preconditions and conditions required for bailouts, including financial and operational reporting, have to be implemented. As far as the SAA's 1 billion rand bailout is concerned, it must be remembered that this is in addition to the 16.4 billion already granted to the SAA to complete its nearly 2-year-long business rescue process. And this might not be the last bailout for the SAA, because the National Treasury in its budget document states that, quote, additional funding will be considered to allow the strategic equity deal to be finalized. And an amount of 2.4 billion rand is bandied around as there's a 2.4 billion rand outstanding required allocation from the government for this private equity deal to be finalized. Chairperson, lastly, the 3.8 billion rand in unspent funds for the social distress of the release grant, which is within this Department of Social Development, is a matter of concern. One trusts that this is due to improved means testing and not that fewer needy people have been able to access this grant. The decrease in the number of people accessing the grant does not, however, seem logical given the high levels of unemployment and worsening socioeconomic conditions, and is clearly an urgent review necessary for the qualification criteria and the registration processes as suggested in the report in order to ensure that all qualifying persons are not excluded. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Kwankwa.
Solong ngalight letter clerks zawuthetha mina. House Chair siyabulela kakhulu ngelithuba. Ingxaki apha iqala kule migaqo-nkqubo nale miqathango esiyibekayo kwezi SOEs kuba ivele ibe woko ingathi yindlu kanomyayi. Ufumanise uba senza into enye kuba uba le migaqo-nkqubo nale miqathango ibingqingqwa besingazumane sisiza apha sizoteketa sinika abantu imali besibanikile without consequences. Nalamasela vela aphume because nanku no-director wenu simqesha uba makarun u-Eskom waske wafika ngupolisa abambe isela le besimqeshela yenza afika akayenzanga phana uleqa abantu ababileyo uleqa nazo nezithunzi uleqa nesakhe isithunzi. Emveni koko ndiyazibuza ukuthi le post office yenu yile ibine backlog ye cash sends ezingu 350,000 in a backlog of payments and 489,000 not so long ago. Let's pinda sinika imali. You know, you're not in bidder, but this government of yours is becoming elitist. Nikale nazo sikhumshe lapha ngento ni solar panels ne inverters ezingazukwazi uba kwezilalini. I ask myself ukuthi now the partnership between the Department of Transport plus the post office for an example, no postnet apho kuthunyelwa khona i-native documents. Phala mntu semngaba ukhona postnet pana bayabhiyoza abantu bathi the system is working efficiently, but we destroyed the post office lizawuservice abantu bakuthi sayibulala completely. Ifana nalando chairperson ndizawuphuma emxholweni ndiyi-politician anti uthetha kulo mxholo wenu apha naba abantu basuka bafuna i-tax clearances kulo SARS wenu. Tax clearance umntu asuke akhwele esuke eqoboqobo esuke Alice abheke East London, no, you must send a text message. You can't just come here to make an appointment. Apinda spend another 150 rands going back, 300 rands down the drain. No network, load shedding, akonda bakwazi access ane phones. The other question is for Ibuza and lo SAA kandi besibati ba zizandone private equity partners. What are they going to do? If someone is scooping mali gogo, someone is scooping mali sinigala masel. Firstly, we bailed out to SAA to the tune of nearly 100 billion rands and we sold it for 6 billion. Does it make sense? It's completely illogical. How was the valuation done? The problems as called. Emirates were 1985 airlines with 2 aeroplanes that they borrowed from Pakistan. Look at where they are. Sikalengo 1934, we've destroyed SAA. All that we are doing is to bail out these entities, but the problem is to turn these institutions around and to make sure that director bayengati ligwirhela intora yothetha ngaphandle beze apha bazoaccount kule parliament bayekuba ngamagwala bathethe eTV bebengazabaphendula apha lamasela.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ATM. NFP. The Honorable Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. You know, goes back to what I said earlier on.
Order,
The
honorable
amount
members.
of money that we make available for many of these state-owned entities. And the question is, what do we get back in return? Now, I was speaking to the Minister of Finance recently, and he said, actually, there's no revenue that comes from any of these state-owned entities. And that should not be the case. If a business can be successful in private hands, then why can it not be successful in public hands? I think what we need to do is go back to the drawing board. Yes, public-private partnerships do work, but I think what is very important, if we allow these state-owned entities to run independently, we won't have this problem. Now, before I go in, I've asked repeatedly on behalf of the NFP on the issue of South African Airways. And the question is, and I know Chief Whip is looking at me because she shook her head the last time as well, that we still, Deputy President, don't have an answer why we took our entire fleet of airplanes that were freehold and sold it to somebody who then leased it back to SAA. And up to this very day, we don't have an answer what happened to our fleet. So maybe we need to go back and find out what exactly has happened to our airplanes. Actually, SAA was one of the recognized as one of the best airlines in the world. And there's no doubt about that. But coming back to another very important point that I want to make. When we debate here, we do a lot of attacking, a lot of insulting. What we're not finding is solutions. And in order for this country to exist and to survive and be successful, we need to come together. So I've heard a few things earlier on today by Honorable Sarapan, and I think he's correct. He, according to him, he's identified a lot of weaknesses. And I've said before, and I want to say again, Honorable Steenhuisen, why not, in the interest of the 60-some odd million people in this country, that you do not sit down with the ANC, find common ground, address the challenges we find in this country so that, and I agree with you, that some of your municipalities and things are very well run. We can't run away from that fact. But why not come together, sit down with the ANC in the interest of the people of this country and take it forward? That is what we want. If you got the solutions, let's discuss the solutions and find common ground and take South Africa forward. And I believe, and we believe as the NFP, South Africa will be a much better place if the two of you can get together, put your differences aside, and work together for the common good of this country. That is my plea to you if we want to make South Africa a place for all of us to live in and successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Mabiletsa.
Leboha Chairperson, Deputy President. Leboha Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson.
Deputy President, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, honorable members, I just want to start, Honorable Sarupen. I'm just reminding you that economic rights are human rights. That is why we are here for. Then we'll talk about them every day. And that is why it is Mary Robinson, former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, who once said, we must understand the role of human rights as empowering of individuals and communities. By protecting these rights, we can help prevent the many conflicts based on poverty, discrimination, and exclusion that continue to plague humanity and destroy decades of development efforts. The vicious cycle of human rights violation that led and conflicts which in turn led to more violation must be broken. I believe we can break it only by ensuring respect for all human rights, close quote. Then the democratic dispensation as ushered in by the ANC government in 1994 has since adopted a constitution which is intentionally acclaimed as the most progressive in the world. It gives clear prominence of human rights through the Bill of Rights and is set on building a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights as enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution. To this effect, the Bill of Rights provides that everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services
food, water, and social security. Honorable members, in his budget speech, the Minister of Finance indicated that the global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic has been slow. While our economy grew by an estimated 2.5% in 2022 and unemployment decreased by 0.2% from 32.9% to 32.7% in the fourth quarter of 2022. Poverty, unemployment, and inequalities persist. SRD grant. It is against this backdrop that the ANC wishes to register its concerns around the administration of the 350 SRD grants. We note with concern that with the first adjustment bill, 1.8 billion was unspent due to the lower than anticipated take-up of the SRD grants caused by the stringent grant eligibility criteria that had been applied. The second adjustment appropriation bill reduces the SRD grant by a further 3.7 billion as a result of improved targeting. The African National Congress employs on National Treasury to review their criteria to ensure that these funds are dispersed to those who need them most. The money impoverished and underprivileged in our society. While our government is gradually addressing the challenge of unemployment, the SRD needs to intervene to ensure that one is able to put bread on the table. In the same vein, we want to implore on our government to revisit the allocation amount of 350 and consider increasing this amount to meet the rising cost of living brought about by high inflation, amongst other things. As the African National Congress, we implore National Treasury and government to seriously consider a basic income grant. These views are not unrealistic or populist. We are quickly aware of the severe constraints on the budget, reduced fiscal space, and the huge cost that the state will have to bear. But given the consideration in this country at present and the limited growth rates and job creation, not to provide a basic income grant could lead to social consequences that will cost the state and society far more. The basic income grant can be introduced in an incremental measure while it takes into account the limited fiscal space. The necessary trade-offs will have to be made. The tax proposal by the various stakeholders in the hearing of the funding of the basic income grant also needs to be considered. The South African Post Office. Honorable Chairperson, as iterated in this House before, the African National Congress believes that state-owned enterprises have a developmental role to play and must equally help the state generate the much needed jobs to effort poverty alleviation and reduce unemployment. We remain saddened by the state of the South African Post Office, particularly the frequent closure of branches and the looming retrenchment of 4,000 employees. While we acknowledge that SAPO is in a GS state with liabilities outweighing its asset by 4 billion and debt of 8 billion, the cutback is rather drastic and does not add value to the country's development goals. However, we welcome the 2.4 billion towards the recapitalization of SAPO. We implore on the National Treasury to enforce strict tracking and tracing mechanism to ensure that the entity meets the conditions of
Honorable
this
member,
grant.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Honorable Alexander.
Today we're here to discuss proposed changes to how we allocate money from the National Reserve Fund for the state's needs. But before we delve into that, I want to reflect on the past budget promises. In the limited economy, state-owned enterprises constantly have a need for more and more money. And as a result, the future of SOEs have been discussed ad nauseum. These talk shops have focused on which SOE should be retained or consolidated in order to reduce their constant demand on the South African resources and take away from the much needed service delivery meant for the citizens. It could be argued that the SOEs play a critical role in our economy, but my question is, at what cost? For instance, the Eskom debt continues to rise. This debt service costs us an average of 330 billion a year. That is more than the ANC government spends on basic education, policing, or healthcare. And yet the government doesn't seem to regard this now daily power outages as the single biggest risk to the economy in South Africa. In fact, it is sabotage itself. The minister has talked about tough love actions when it comes to Eskom, but we have yet to see these. The minister has also talked about supporting economic reconstruction and recovery through the bounce back systems for our SMEs. While this endeavor was initially by supporting businesses in distress due to COVID, they are now plagued with daily load shedding, which costs this country R1 billion a day. And when it comes to SMEs, they no longer have the reserves to tighten their belts anymore. We cannot properly support SMEs if this government does not provide affordable, reliable power to their businesses. And the bottom line is this country's GDP could grow from the 0.3% as predicted for this year to a 2.3% if the ANC government just buckled down and fixed the energy crisis. It is clear that the government needs to take bold steps to improve state capacity and to reduce the scope of procurement corruption. And unfortunately, the corruption that plagues Eskom does not paint a positive picture for the future. And more worrying, the new Minister of Energy naively claims that the problem with Eskom's fleet is merely technical and has nothing to do with corruption. The national budget has further stressed to strengthen the judiciary system, which the Department of Justice to receive an additional 1.1 billion and the Office of the Chief Justice to receive an additional 39.9 million. The irony, or should I say the reality, is that the Johannesburg High Court has now returned to online hearings due to load shedding, the virtual reality. This is because the departments have failed to provide the courts with a reliable energy supply through providing generators. And as we're here to discuss the appropriation adjustment, perhaps we should be considering reappropriating the minister's home generators to the high courts. South Africa has become all too familiar with broken promises. We need willing government to fix this country and not this constant reshuffling of the deck chairs of the Titanic of the ever-growing presidential cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Mlanzana. The Honorable Mlanzana. Honorable Mlanzana can continue.
You know, Deputy President, when you have got a cohort of people who are hell-bent to fabricate all the truth, they even begin to confuse themselves. You know, this one who was here, in terms of appropriations. Hence, now he begins to contradict Honorable Sarupen. Honorable Sarupen here was saying it is good if we do not leave anyone behind. And he has been there, let alone that he was instructed in the caucus to toe the party line. That's another thing. Let me start by saying the African National Congress supports this bill. As we commemorate the Human Rights Month, we remember the sacrifices that accompanied the struggle for the attainment of freedom and democracy in South Africa. The freedom we enjoy now, today, was certainly not free. It was not given on a platter. It was fought for. Chief Whip with DA. You're not listening. Yeah, it's because you know nothing. It is because you know nothing about the freedom.
Honorable
That's why you're not
Mlenzana.
listening.
Honorable Mlenzana. The point of order comes from me. Please address me. Qhubeka, Baba.
I imagine those who are fumbling and abusing these human rights that we fought for. When one person, Honorable Chairperson, would stand up and tell South Africans that he is in charge and is actually holding the whole South Africa with its scrotum. Imagine. Only to find that he does not even
Order,
care
honorable members.
of
Order, honorable members. Honorable Hadebe. What's your point of
Chairperson,
order?
we are allowed to heckle, but not to drown the speaker, please. Protect the speaker from the hot cop like Paulson.
Honorable members, allow the member to continue with the debate. Thank you, honorable person. But please, as you do so, do not allow, don't drown it.
South Africans must hear this one. When there is an individual who is saying he is holding the whole of the South African electorate with their scrotum because he is in charge, regardless of the knock-on effect to the gross domestic product. There is just one thing which I want to pass through, linked to these human rights. You know, EDA does not even, you know, they can't even think that we fought for this. Look at this money, the 300 million that you are appropriating to the Department of Home Affairs. Allocation such that our own people can begin to exercise their rights of voting. But they begin now to spin the reasoning behind that. Why? Because they know that they will scream here. At least today, they have smuggled one person of our color. But our people in Khayelitsha are sober this time. Our people in Philippi are sober. Come 2024, you are not going to see a situation where you will continue. Nimane City Upper, you have got a clean audit only to find that it is only clean on paper. Otherwise, there is no impact down there. What I'm saying, because I don't want to be bothered by yourselves too much today. On SAA, on SAA, I just want to mention one thing. When you are fighting the SOEs, because they have got a historical enmity on SOEs. If you can go back and dig with the genesis as to why were there SOEs? They were started by their forefathers. But now that it is the ANC which is in charge, they do not want us to continue with SOEs. Now they are talking us about closing the SOEs for the benefit of what we don't know. The only thing that we have to appeal to when we are appealing to the Treasury and the Minister of Finance is that, yes, let us not, when appropriating these monies, particularly those SOEs, do it willy-nilly, Chief Whip. Let us be able to have critical conditions which are put in place. For instance, when you are talking about, there is this thing, where they are saying better our people go sluggish in their homes than working. And Tina, we are saying, look at, for instance, the negotiations that have to be engaged. And what we want is that have a win-win situation with the strategic equity partnership. But as we do that, make sure that the value and the price paid by the strategic equity partner is market related and also based on scientific evaluation, which the Minister of Finance and Treasury should agree with. This is what we're saying. And we are saying there should be constant reporting, both here to Parliament, brought, of course, by not only government, but specifically by the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises. Niyeka le nto yokuzondana nesiqu esinye, as if government is one minister. Lastly, we are saying government should hold at least 51% of the equity. But Honorable Vessel, I think when Honorable Vessels, you need to be taught KDAT development, KDAT deployment. You need to be taught what is it that a KDAT is. And unfortunately for you, it's a pity that you are a far-right extremist whose passion is anti-working class, you are anti-poor, you are anti the oppressed. That's you. In fact, I don't know your age. If you were old, I would say you are Iferkramte. Typical of you. Anything progressive, you are anti. Why? Because you hate democracy with passion. Yabona ke ngoku siya ePasikeni mos ne? Siya ePasikeni. Okokuba ngaba
Honorable members,
Deputy President
please.
was a pulpit on a Sunday afternoon. I would say, if the word is allowed, ebantwini, nibe nisazi into yokokubana there will always be Fridays, where people would falsify, where people would misrepresent, where people would say all these things which are awkward about people who are doing good things. But there comes a Sunday. And our Sunday, Chief Whip, is the 2024 provincial and national government elections. So as you go, for instance, some, they were saying they're going to have a shutdown, only to find that there was a shutdown instead of a shutdown. Why? Because they went around, intimidating South Africans.
Honorable members.
And let me tell you, abantu base South Africa, banengqondo. Abantu base South Africa, banamehlo, bayabona. Abantu base South Africa, banendlebe zokuva. No more shall you play on the emotions zabantu base South Africa. No more shall you blackmail South Africans. One day,
honorable members,
come here and engage you on the red that you are wearing.
Honorable members,
your red is supposed to be worn by the working class.
Honorable members, could you please take your seat?
Order, Chairperson.
Can I, honorable members, can I make you aware of this? Just imagine those people, our communities seated at home watching us. What are they saying with the kind of behavior that we are seeing here? We have been requested numerous times to not drown the speaker. Please do not drown the speaker. It is allowed for you to heckle, but please do not drown the speaker. Honorable Makaula, please. Kubega, Tata, you have some few seconds left.
This behavior that we see here is exactly the behavior that was actually portrayed in Britain. They used to sing, "Britain is Pukuzamapujwa." In Marxism. Why? Because they were anti-revolution. They wanted to smack it. Interests as a West. So as we speak now, you have got those who are only red.
Honorable Mlanzana.
Hey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Up.
We're just breathing home air.
Thank you. Other honorable members. The Deputy Minister of Finance on the
Thanks,
visual.
House Chair. Thank you, House Chair.
Other honorable members.
Thank you, House Chair, and good evening once more, honorable members. Let me start by cautioning what members should call for. I had an honorable member, Alexander, from the DA, making an illiberal demand, and the demand is that the public must expropriate generators of the public representatives. Honorable Alexander, be careful what you're calling for, because it may not end only at the expropriation of generators, which will not have any significant difference in the bigger scheme of things. So you need to be very careful what you're calling for. Let me reiterate what we've consistently said as the National Treasury in this House, and also in the committees of the House and in all public platforms. We've always said that bailing out inefficient and ailing state-owned entities is very bad, because it redirects public resources to inefficient and poorly run state companies. The government has spent more than 208 billion towards bailing out failing state-owned companies. The bailouts include the SAA, and as a result of these bailouts, frontline services infrastructure were reduced by 257 billion since 2013. Now, by allocating 1 billion to the South African Airways towards the finalization of the business rescue process, we're trying to end the chapter of bailing out SOEs. The 1 billion is allocated to assist with the SAA's outstanding historical debts, unless members are saying that we shouldn't pay this debt, which would be really illegal, and it has huge financial consequences. The government has significantly reduced its contingent liability exposure to SAA, and it is expected that the South African Airways will no longer require government guarantees by the end of 2022-2023. It must also be noted that the SAA will remain undercapitalized even subsequent to the disbursement of the required allocation for the completion of the business rescue plan. It is for this reason that a strategic equity partner is being introduced to inject funding into the airline and ensure that there's no further requirement for funding from the fiscus. The completion of the business rescue plan will enable the government to introduce a strategic equity partner. And as I said, the introduction of the equity partner will bring in private capital into the airline and ensure that there's no further requirement for funding from the fiscus. However, there are conditions to this allocation. The conditions that we're placing to the South African Airlines are basically three. And the first one is that all government guarantees to SAA will be cancelled. Number three, the identified strategic equity partner should provide proof of funds for buying the equity stake at SAA. Three, the National Treasury should review the agreement between the strategic equity partner, the shareholder, that is the Department of Public Enterprise, to ensure that there is no future obligations on the fiscus. And this will make sure that the chapter of bailing out SOEs, it's basically closed. And of course, it is a process. On the land bank, the land bank remains in financial distress, and the process to finalize the liability solution with the lenders is ongoing. The allocated 5 billion to the land bank is to ensure that the land bank finalizes its debt solution, but also provides loans to farmers. That is, money must be used to pay lenders that the land bank owes and provide loans or finance through blended financing to farmers. Again, there are also conditions that are attached to land bank, and these conditions include, amongst others, that the land bank should provide concrete assurance and evidence that the 5 billion is ring-fenced or protected from any legal action against lenders, and B, that the land bank must use a minimum of 3 billion for the blended finance, that is equity, debt, grant, to support farmers, but the 2 billion should be used to pay the lenders. And this is important to ensure that the land bank continues to contribute to both transformation and food security as a condition for economic growth and development. And I state these objectives, economic growth and transformation, in the same sentence, because some in the opposition benches present transformation as something incompatible with economic growth. Transformation contributes towards economic growth because it will increase the number of farmers by supporting Black people who are historically and currently disadvantaged. And by increasing the number of farmers, you are also increasing agricultural product, including food. Increasing food production will also assist us in dealing with the cost of living arising from the rise in the food prices.
Thank you very much.
We therefore expect
Deputy
the
Minister.
department to work with the land bank to support both Black farmers and white farmers to increase food production. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you
We
very
ask the
much.
House to adopt the bill as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the bill being read a first time?
House Chair, please note the objections of the DM.
Noted.
House Chair, please note the objections of the EFF.
Noted.
And Chairperson, please note the objection of EFF plus.
Noted.
And
Chair,
the
please note the
ACDP.
object-
Thank you, House Chair.
And
The
the
ACDP
UDM.
Noted.
and the ACDP. Thank you, Chair.
Having noted the objections, agreed to. Thank you
And the
very much.
UDM, Chair.
The secretary will read the bill the first time.
Second adjustments appropriation 2022-2023 financial year bill.
Thank you. The
Well
secretary,
read.
the secretary will read the fifth order.
Second adjustments appropriation 2022-2023 financial year bill.
As there is no list of speakers, I now put the second adjustments appropriation 2023 financial year bill, including the schedule for second reading. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objections of the DM.
Noted.
And the ACDP. Thank you, Chair.
And the EFF plus.
Noted.
House Chair, please note the objections of the EFF.
Noted.
And the UDM.
Noted. Having noted that, agreed to. The secretary will read the bill a second time.
Second adjustments appropriation 2022-2023 financial year bill.
Thank you. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable members, the last item on the order paper is a decision of question on the draft resolution in the name of the leader of the opposition for the establishment of an ad hoc committee on alleged corruption and unabated operations of criminal networks and cartels at Eskom. Honorable members, I wish to remind you that this draft resolution was debated in a virtual mini plenary on Thursday, the 16th of March, but that a decision thereon can only be taken in the full plenary, which is this one. I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
House Chair. House Chair.
Yebo, Honorable Mente.
Yes, House Chair, we would like to move a motion of the amendment to the draft resolution of the opposition, of the leader of the opposition.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Mente. Order, honorable members. In terms of Rule 121, a member may propose an amendment to a draft resolution, provided the amendment does not extend the scope of the resolution or is ruled out of order for any other reasons by the presiding officer. The rules also determine that when an amendment is moved, a signed copy must be delivered to the table, which has been done. Proposed amendments to draft resolutions must be put for decisions in sequence with the last amendment first, and the original with or without amendment last, unless the presiding officer determines otherwise. I now put the amendment to the motion of the honorable leader of the opposition as moved. Are there any objections?
House Chair,
Honorable member,
yes, for the ease of reference of those that are in the House and that may not be favored with a copy of the motion as moved, may I read the insertion to the motion?
allowed, honorable member.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move to insert in paragraph 6A, after the word Eskom, the following words, including inquiring into all coal contracts, all evergreen contracts, and all contracts between Eskom and smelting companies. I so move, House Chair, as signed. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Apparently, the motion is admissible. It is admissible. With amendments. I now put the motion with amendment. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair, the ANC objects.
Honorable members, I put the amendment.
The ANC object the amendment.
Thank you. But the motion is the amendment is not accepted. Yes, honorable. Yes, honorable Wahube.
House Chair, you put. House Chair, you had put the amendment to the House and you had asked if there are no objections. At that point, there were no objections. Now you are putting the question to the House with the draft resolution, with the amendment included. And now the ANC has raised the objection. I think it's important for the record. And I would like to call for a division, please, House Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable member. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for the division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the visual platform to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Order. Order, Honorable Mahambe Sala. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the draft resolution in the name of the Leader of the Opposition for the establishment of an ad hoc committee on alleged corruption and unabated operations of criminal networks and cartels at Eskom be agreed to. Those in favor of the motion of the Leader of the Opposition will vote yes. And those against the motion of the Leader of the Opposition will vote no. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will remain locked and members are not allowed to enter the visual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? Are the party whips ready? Are the party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC here in the chamber is 32. The ANC on virtual platform, over Titanic, 175, which totals up.
Order, honorable members.
The total voting against the motion.
You can't say shh. You can't say shh to members.
Honorable members, please. Is that Honorable Ndozi? Please. Honorable Chief Whip.
Yeah, but Chairperson, she's out of order. She can't say
Honorable
shh to
Ndozi.
members. You must call her to order.
Honorable
Chairperson.
Ndozi, please.
Call her to order. She can't say
No,
shh
but
to
you
members.
cannot, Honorable Ndozi. But
He
you know that you
was
cannot
absent
just-
yesterday. He was absent.
Shut up, Ice Boy.
Honorable members, please. Honorable Chief Whip, could you please continue?
Total is 207 voting against. Thank you.
Yeah.
Where is the 32 here?
Salo,
Honorable,
and
Honorable Tabakolo, Honorable Tabakolo. No. Honorable, are you raising an object, a point of order, Honorable?
Yes.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Yes. Honorable Chair. The chief whip had said there are 32 in the house. There are not 32 here. There are only 26, not 32.
ANC corruption. ANC corruption.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, could you please take your seats? Honorable members, could you please give me a chance to deal with this? Okay, please take your seats. Honorable Sonting, ngicela uhlale phansi. Those numbers, honorable members, those numbers will be adjusted accordingly. They will be adjusted accordingly. Yes, honorable member, what's your objection?
Speaker, the concern that I'm having is that they lied about how much is in the house. Can we have how much is online there? Because just now they're lying about that as well, Speaker. We want proof how much is online of the ANC.
Chair. Honorable members, I have already said those numbers will be adjusted accordingly. I
No,
don't
no,
think
on a
that
point-
we
on
need
a
to
point
have
of
any
order, Chair.
debate on that.
On a point of order, Chair.
I don't think we need to have any debate on that.
On a
Those
point of
numbers
order,
will
Chair.
be adjusted.
On a point
At
of order,
issue
Chair.
here is the numbers as pronounced by the chief whip of the majority party.
But
If
you must
there is
point
an
of order.
objection, I am ruling to say those
There's
numbers
no
will be
order here.
adjusted accordingly. So
numbers
I
will
will
be
not
adjusted.
accept
Can't you
any order on that, any point of
And
order on that.
voting
No, you're out
processes
of order,
can-
Chair.
You are out of order, Julius.
Rosina, no please. Order, Chair.
Blue and what the police?
Wena ungaka fake wena, muloi.
When
Order,
I
Chair.
fake you and Julius Malima, we're not even
Honorable
fake.
members.
Naka fake.
When I'm not going to bully me,
Uchone.
Julius, I'm going to be bullied by you. Did you try me?
made a ruling on that.
Malima, you're not going to bully me when I
Hello?
get
On a point of order, Chair.
when Malima sit down.
Are you
going to
on a
allow-
point
Shut
of
up,
order,
Julius,
Chair?
shut up.
When I'm the police, what would the police?
Wena inathatha
Honorable members, honorable chief whip
enwa mishungwane ngaka
of the
fake
majority
uko
party.
uchona uri kwena
Honorable
ngaka
chief whip of
ariye
the majority party.
The chairperson,
Can you please adjust those numbers?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, before the doors were closed, we counted 32. But now I'm told the 4 is locked outside. I'm happy to adjust. And
Honorable members, can
happy to adjust.
we listen to the adjustment you wanted? Go ahead, Honorable Chief Whip.
I'm now adjusting those who are here physically from 32 to 26. While others are locked outside, so they cannot be counted.
Chair.
Honorable Chief
House
Whip,
Chair.
can we just complete it? Just the virtually and
Exclude the officials, please.
Yeah, in full.
Here in the chamber is 26. On a virtual platform is 175. 175 plus.
Honorable members. Kanti yini into efunekayo apha? The chief whip is addressing the question that is at hand.
House
And
Chair.
it's about the adjustment of those numbers. What is the problem now? Honorable members, we cannot go on like this.
House Chair, 26 plus 175, totaling up to 201
Thank you.
for voting against.
Thank you. Honorable Kwakhobe.
House Chair, House Chair, on a point of order.
Honorable Kwakhobe. I'm not taking points of order now. Honorable Kwakhobe.
House Chair, apha ngaphakathi in the house, singamashumi mabini ananye. Online singamashumi mane anesibini. Sisonke singamashumi mathandathu anesithathu. Siyayixhasa le draft resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. EFF.
But thank you very much, House Chair. On the virtual platform, Ward 21, and in the Parliament, in the physical sitting, Ward 12. So the number is 33, and we're voting yes, that the motion must go ahead. But I want, Chair, you to pay attention to the
Thank
numbers.
you,
that
honorable Shivambo. Thank you very much.
Chair,
IFP.
Yours was to give
the
numbers.
number of the
Fight.
ANC
Yours was to give numbers.
Honorable.
Shut up, when shut up. Why are you interjecting
the
the
number
deputy
of the
president?
ANC on
Shut
virtual
up.
sitting
Shut up now,
was
shut up
counted
now.
correct.
Honorable members on the virtual platform, could you please allow us to continue? Honorable Singh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. We are 10 in the House. No, I'm sorry. We are 5 in the House and 2 on virtual, 7 voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. FF plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House, 5 on virtual, that's 6 voting in favor.
Thank you very much. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 2 on virtual, voting yes.
Thank you very much. UDM.
Chair, I'm here in person in order to make it easy for you to verify my 50% attendance record, voting in favor.
Thank you. ATM. ATM. Good. NFP.
1 in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC. COPE. AAC.
1 Chair and voting in favor.
Thank you. Al Jama. Thank you very much. Honorable Singh.
Sorry,
point of
Chairperson. I said 2 on virtual, but the table tells me we've got 3. So it's 5 plus 3. There's 8
Numbers will be
voting yes.
adjusted accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
House Chair, ACDP, will you just check on virtual as well? I was told we've got 2 on virtual. I just need that checked as well. Thank you.
Numbers will be adjusted accordingly. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the division will be announced as soon as we are done. The table is done. Honorable members, you know, it sounds so refreshing when you're quiet. It's encouraging. Honorable members, the results of the division is as follows. Those who said yes to the motion, 115. Those who said no, it's 201. The question is accordingly not agreed to. The motion is not agreed to. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. You know, I wanted to take this opportunity, maybe. I wanted to take this opportunity to maybe request the chief whips to consider bringing the date of the rising of this house a bit forward. Because inkinga ikhona manje la. Kwangathi sesikhathele manje. Honorable members, I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the house is adjourned.
Malibongwe.